You are live, and I am live, and you are live with me. Double tap, hit the like button, double tap, hit the like button. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. How's everybody doing today, man? What's up with you? Welcome to the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate, domestic and geopolitical. Let's go. You know what we do here. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. You made it. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. Once again, welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. It's so very important. Double tap, hit the like button as you come in. We're going for 1,000 likes off the top. Double tap, hit the like button. First in the chat, get shouted out. Tammy Pierce is first in the chat. Oh, Tammy! Welcome! Double tap, hit the like button, everybody, man. First in the chat, get shouted out without a doubt. Good to see you, man. Hope you had a good holiday weekend, man. We back in it to win it, man. Right now, man, we going live, man. We're going live to the White House. We got a fire podcast fired up today. You see the topics, man. We're going in Ilhan Omar investigation. Shout out to Tammy because we're going to talk about Denmark. We're going to talk about Greenland. But shit, Trump said he want to talk about it too. So we're going to go live to the White House because it's such an important topic. Shout out to Tammy being first in the chat because Tammy was the one who I had it in my topics, y'all. But we start talking about ICE and immigration. And Tammy was like, man, you got to get to Greenland. Greenland is so pivotal and so important in geopolitics. When we talk about Venezuela, we can't. So it's like Trump was on. It's been a list of these things, man. Think about the list, and Trump is going to start with the list beginning. Brand new. We're welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. My name is Perfect. Double tap at the like button as you come in. #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate on YouTube. If you have a discussion about these, if you're the type of person and you are concerned about political issues, and you know 2026 is an election year, and you understand everything that's taking place in the land. Today is the 1-year inauguration. Today is the 1 year. Can we get a celebration in the chat? Today is the 1-year anniversary. I said this. I was just having a debate the other day, letting somebody know they were having clueless individuals having a debate. I said Trump is a second-term president. They were trying to compare the presidencies of Trump to Obama. And they were saying, well, Obama did. I said, Obama was stifled in his second term. Obama couldn't get, the reason why the Supreme Court is stacked now is because Obama epitomized what a lame duck president is. Can I get a double tap, hit the like button? Obama epitomized what a lame duck president is. He couldn't get nobody on the Supreme Court. He couldn't get no policy and legislation done. Let's just be honest. Most presidents who are lucky enough, blessed enough to get a second term, don't get a lot done in their second term, which is why the ACA, that BS bill that got passed and got nicknamed Obamacare. Ain't you so glad it got named Obamacare? Because when it died, that just signified that hope and change BS died too. Most presidents have to get their signature bill passed in the first term. Biden didn't even get a second term. Kamala didn't get a first term. And Obama didn't get nothing done in the second term. We are talking about President Trump after 12 months. Today we're going to go live to the White House. We're talking about President Trump after 12 months. 225 executive orders. In Trump's first term, he only did 220 in 4 years. In 1 year, 225 executive orders. We still have 3 more years. Whatever I said on this channel, I have said President Trump is the most successful and prolific second-term president that you have ever seen in your lifetime. Think about the presidents that you have seen in your lifetime. I'm talking about your entire lifetime, not even just your voting lifetime. If we bring it down to how long you've been able to legally vote, President Trump has most definitely been the most successful and most prolific second-term president that you've ever seen since you've been able to vote. But I'm arguing that he's the best best second-term president that you've ever seen in your lifetime. Let's go to Clinton. You remember Clinton got impeached for good old getting some Lewinsky. Clinton is so bad, it's became nomenclature. Everyone in the chat, as I say, Lewinsky, you know what I'm talking about. Ha ha, ha ha. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-boos. Double tap at the like button. We going for 1,000 likes. Everybody know what I say when I say Lewinsky. So second term Clinton, disastrous. Second term Obama, disastrous. Even we can go to Bush. Let's go to Republicans. Second term, disastrous. Y'all remember TARP? Do y'all remember Occupy Wall Street? When Barack Obama came into the presidency, can we have a real talk this morning? Can we have a real talk this morning? The best second term president in your lifetime. The best second term president in your, including both Bushes, who took us to Iraq and Afghanistan, including the Clintons, including the Bidens. The best second-term president, not only in your life of voting, but in your entire lifetime. You can go into the Bush second term with TARP. You can go into the Clinton second term with Lewinsky. You can go into the Obama second term with nothing done. And what's his name? What's his name in the Republicans? The old man who tripped himself. Y'all can laugh in the chat. What's his? Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell blocking Obama in his second term. Obama was a true lame duck. But Trump, comparatively, juxtaposed to Trump, we got the big beautiful bill, $1 trillion legislation, the big beautiful bill, $1 trillion. Ronald Reagan, horrible second term. Ronald Reagan, Iran-Contras, Oliver North, and he got amnesia at the end of it. Great comment right there. Great Brian 78. Shout out to Brian. Double tap at the like button. W chat. Who got the best chat on YouTube? Who got the W chat? I told you, this is the #1 channel, the #1 forum for geopolitical and domestic debate. He came in with the Ronald Reagan, smashing on the smackdown. Oliver North, Iran-Contras. What happened? I don't know. Ronald Reagan couldn't remember anything. Remember when Ronald Reagan took the stand, and the Clintons. Don't forget, we still got the Clintons coming in to testify. Don't forget, as we talk about Ronald Reagan getting on the stand, not remembering one damn thing about the Iran-Contras, how crack cocaine, the secret war, how crack cocaine, the Crips and Bloods was used. You know what I tell people about the Crips and Bloods? The Crips and, anybody know who Hoover Due, South Central Cartel, that movie? The Crips and Bloods changed in the 80s. The Crips and Bloods are not what you think. The Crips and Bloods became enforcement for the cocaine trade when Ronald Reagan created the Iran-Contras. That's when the Crips and Bloods changed. So as we talk about Trump's second term, who is the best second-term president in your lifetime? You know what I'm saying? Who is the best second-term president in your lifetime? Ronald Reagan was the top 5 presidents of all time. Yo, I'm a Republican. I'm a MAGA conservative and a Republican, but I think that we not gonna let no bullpucky stand. Ronald Reagan was not the best top 5 president. Ronald Reagan was an actor. Ronald Reagan was an actor like Zelensky, an actor and a comedian from California. And Ronald, if anything you want to give credit to, who was the actual leader, who had actual deep state ties, was the vice president who later became president. A lot like Biden, was Bush. Remember Daddy Bush from the CIA. See, the same thing happened with Obama. They just can't let anybody in the White House. You ain't no American citizen, allegedly. You ain't no politician. You don't know the deep state. So Biden had to carry Obama, and Bush had to carry Reagan. Reagan was an actor from California. He didn't have any deep state ties. Reagan couldn't get Iran-Contras out the ground. Reagan couldn't go to the CIA behind Congress. Reagan didn't have deep state pool. Who could have went to the CIA? Wait a minute. Maybe the person who credited the CIA. Maybe the person who was running the CIA. Maybe the person who is now vice president. Ding, 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 ding. But no one ever talks about that. No one ever talks about the power of the vice presidency. You guys are just sleeping about the power of the vice presidency. I said Bush, Daddy Bush was from the CIA. Daddy Bush had deep state ties. Reagan is known for Iran-Contras. My brother brought up Iran-Contras, Oliver North. We're talking about the greatest second term ever. We're talking about the greatest second term ever. You can go back to Carter. You can go back to LBJ. We're talking about the greatest second term president ever. The big, beautiful bill, $1 trillion legislation. The big, beautiful bill, $1 trillion. No one gets $1 trillion legislation legislation passed in their second term. We talking about the border. Remember what I reported last week? Democrat. Why the Democrat congressperson said, why are Democrats angry? Because at the height of Kamalaism, at the height of Bidenism, 300,000 crossed the border a day. At the height, when the border was open, remember I played the video. Kamala said, don't come, there's a legal process. Kamala said, don't come, there's a legal process. There was 300,000 people crossing the border. This was only 12 months ago. We're celebrating today. Today is a celebration. Let me bring up my banner. Today is a celebration. What are we celebrating today? Trump's 12 months in office and all of the accomplishments that MAGA conservatives, double tap at the like button if you hold that MAGA, hold that MAGA. We are live from the White House. 12 months into the most prolific and second term ever presidency that you've ever seen in your lifetime. You are watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical discourse. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. We're live from the White House, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect Timing Podcast did a fire intro. We're waiting on President Trump to come to the podium as we this is a perfect time to get your libations and prepare for today's warm.
I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people. And these are just some of the more recent ones that we have. And I can show you some of the people. Vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are living, they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, and the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. You know, if you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that, in many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers. They're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. In California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine?
Somalians.
And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing.
Let's go.
And it's a dangerous job. These are rough. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad.
I heard she worth $30 million. She's a crooked. Where did you hear that first? Double tap at the like button. Where did you hear? Did you hear that first on the Perfect Timing podcast? Double tap at the like button. I've been talking about it every day. Who's the greatest president in the United States? He's the greatest president ever. Double tap at the like button. I told you about this. I told you about the 30 million. I told you. Let's go. I was right. Double tap at the like button. President Trump, 12-month anniversary, second term, greatest president ever, $30 million, corrupt politician. Where'd you hear it first? Perfect Timing podcast. Aren't you glad?
I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. These dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners, Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also.
Open borders was the stupidest policy. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with President Trump. Open borders was the dumbest policy. I'm gonna double down on what Trump just said. Open borders was not just the dumbest policy, it was dangerous. Donald, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. I want to see that chat lit up with ones. Put a 1 in the chat if you think open borders was the dumbest policy. I'm not gonna say, you know, there's something called the criminally dumb, where something can be so dumb it becomes criminal. What do you mean by that, Perfect? I mean that it was so dumb to not have proper logistics, proper incoming facilities for those coming across the border. It was criminal. Why did children get separated from parents? Why were women injured? Why were families broken down? Because there were not proper logistics. It was beyond dumb. It was criminal and dangerous. It was, you know, something can be so dumb it becomes criminal. It can be so dumb it becomes dangerous. And it was a dangerous situation at the border when it was 300,000 crossing at the height of Kamalaism and Bidenism. 300,000 crossing the border with no proper logistics, no facility, no doctors to see if there were pregnant women. How many? 8 to 10 million by Democrat numbers, 25 million by Republican numbers. Let's go with the 10 million by Democrat numbers. How many women came across? How many pregnant women came across? How many children came across? And there was no doctor, there was no hospital, there was no processing, there was no way to find out if they had the virus that we were just coming out of. Remember Biden? How did we know that they weren't carriers, right? How did we know they weren't criminals? The way you find out is you do like Ellis Island and you have a processing facility. You have everybody wait in line. We processed 12 million during Ellis Island. We processed 12 million during. Did you know that? For mass immigration pushback, we processed 12 million went through Ellis Island properly with proper logistics. Saw doctors, went into quarantines because there was a smallpox epidemic. So those who had smallpox went into quarantine. Those who were criminals saw, that didn't mean they went back because they were criminals because we opened up the border. But those who were criminals received their punishment in America, still got papers, but they were documented as criminals so that if they were to reoffend, we would know how to treat them. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the, see, America knows how to do mass immigration. America knows how, bring me your tired, your masses. No, Biden said, bring me all your criminals. We have the Statue of Liberty. There's a right way and a wrong way to do mass immigration. Biden let in criminals. Biden and Kamala created an issue. Kamala, let's go, Trump. Let's go, MAGA. We are live from the White House. This is a celebration of the first 12 months of the second administration of President Trump, the greatest president, the greatest second term you've ever seen in your lifetime. Remember who said it first, because somebody's going to repeat it on national news, because no one else has been honest about the fact that Trump has had and will have the most successful second-term presidency in the modern future. If you go back to, we talked about Reagan, you go back to Bush, you go back to Biden, Trump has had the most successful trillion-dollar legislation with the big, beautiful bill. You understand what I'm saying? He closed up the border. You understand what I'm saying? He got us Venezuela. He got the hostages back out of Israel. Trump was not president when Israel was attacked. Double tap at the like button. I said Trump was not president when Israel was attacked and hostages were taken. Trump got the double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. We got a peace plan in Gaza. We got a peace plan in Russia. But Trump was not the president. Matter of fact, Joe Biden was the vice president, the envoy to Ukraine in 2014. How many people know that Joe Biden was the border czar for Ukraine? Double tap hit the like button if you know that Joe Biden was the border czar for the Ukraine in 2014. Who was the one in power when Zelensky was installed? Who was behind the installation of a comedian and an actor? Joe Biden. Joe Biden. Joe Biden was, look it up. You double tap and hit the like button. After you double tap and hit the like button, go to your favorite Googles, go to your favorite Chat GPT, find out who was the head for U.S. envoy, who was the head for U.S. policy during the day of revolution in the Ukraine when Zelensky was installed. It was Biden. I know it's hard to accept these truths and realities, right? Because Biden, when he became president, right, then the war broke out, right? Because Kamala, instead of worrying about the Mexican-American border, Kamala was in Munich. Kamala was worried about the Russian-Ukraine border at the Munich Security Council, espousing the fact that Ukraine wanted to be part of NATO and that Ukraine has a desire and a right to be part of NATO. Next thing you know, bam, bam, boom, Putin start blowing up shit because Putin had one goddamn ass, Kamala. Putin had one goddamn ass. Putin had one goddamn ass. NATO, no, NATO. And today, thank you to my sister Tammy, we're going to talk about how NATO never really gave a fuck about America and American interests and American people. We're going to talk about today how NATO, Trump is going to get into it. I'm going to get into it when I talk about Greenland and Denmark. And then you're going to hear from Macron. But you know what I love about today, because a lot of us have already heard this. Trump said, like I said last week, Macron is elected official. Macron's not going to be there very much longer as Macron tries to stoke the fires of the EU against America. We got Denmark against America. We got videos online and TikTok, Greenland idiots against America. I thought NATO was unified. I thought America paid the lion's share of NATO. I thought America gave $300 billion to the Ukraine to help protect the Europe. We not in Europe. Hey, can I get a double tap hit the like button? Americans don't live in France. Americans don't live in the EU. We gave $300 billion to Ukraine to help protect you, Macron, to watch your back, Denmark, and this how you pay us back. This how you pay us back. We helping defend Putin against you because you say you scared of Putin. Russia, we done giving money to Ukraine. We done fighting with Russia because of the fucking NATO does not give a fuck about American interests. So if you got a problem with Putin and Russia, NATO, you're going to have to handle it on your own. Macron, you can handle it on your own. Denmark, you can handle it on your own. Your EU, you can handle it on your own. Wait till we get to the podcast and we break down how the EU and NATO all together has shit on America over the weekend simply because Trump wants to install the Iron Dome, the Golden Dome. I'm sorry. I did that on purpose. That was a faux pas. The Golden Dome to protect the EU. You see how perverted this is? You see how perverted this is? The Golden Dome would protect the EU, and they are afraid of Russia because Russia is nuclear, but you don't want a Golden Dome. Which one do you want? What I really have to ask this morning for anyone who's an intellectual Actually, you know you at the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. You know you at the #1 podcast for shout out to my sister Tammy in the chat. Shout out to my sister Tammy in the chat. We need Greenland so we can provide the Golden Dome for your protection, but you don't want protection. I say we get let's get back to before I get to going in on NATO.
Did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president and all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are real. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it here. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. Like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. Shame, shame. She's screaming, shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. Keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look. These are rough ones. So this, we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many murderers, people that murdered.
We've been listening to President Trump here address the nation, really, and the press corps there at the White House.
So for the last couple of days, I've been talking about how did ICE be so successful? What do you see here today? You see him listing all of the criminal activity these guys were guilty of, right? So I said ICE has a list of people who came across. Imagine 10 million people coming into your house and some of them break something and you have to document what's been broken. So all these people came into our house. They came here over the Biden 2022, 2023. Some of these people were arrested for crimes. During that era, before Trump took office, Biden did not make them leave. He gave them something, deportation orders. Hashtag deportation orders, because I think it's the first place, Perfect Time Podcast is maybe the first place that you actually heard deportation orders. And someone explained how ICE arrests 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, up to 600,000 in 2025. How did ICE be so successful in Chattahoochee Crunch? How did ICE be so successful in Charlotte's Web? Right now, we're in Minnesota and it's Operation Surge, correct? How are we so successful? Because we have criminals. We have a list of criminals who've committed multiple crimes since they came here during the Biden era. So ICE is not doing detective work. ICE is simply knocking on the door of people who we've given deportation orders for committing a crime. That's why Tom Homan can say with certainty when asked about the 600,000 people that we've deported, how can you know that 80,000, he said, I'm sorry, Tom Homan said 80% of the 600,000 that we deported are criminals. She said, how could you know that? I'm explaining to you now. Trump is showing to you picture after picture, after felony after felony. This is how we know 80% of the people that we deported of the 600,000 are criminals, because we already have them documented. Tom Homan said to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and I reported last week that Washington lost. This is another thing that Trump has been doing all year. The reason why ICE is wearing masks is because we won in the Supreme Court. ICE is going to continue to wear masks because there's no other court to go to. We went to the Supreme Court. We won. ICE is wearing it because we went to the Supreme Court. Do you understand what's going on in the American streets? These are federal officers empowered by Trump. Trump is the greatest president. Double tap at the like button. Double tap. We are listening to President Trump live at the White House.
They shut down our country and we had 5%. Nobody's in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates or they wouldn't do anything. Here they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting... maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now, $1.99 a gallon, $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5.
Come on, $4.50 and $5. Right now, I want to know what state you from, how much you pay for gas. I'm in California. I was so surprised. I went to visit my brother. It was $3.30. $3.30. I haven't seen $3 gas in California in years, maybe because we've been dealing with 15 years of Democratic presidents, and the minimum wage has been stagnant for $7.25. Right now, in the chat, put down your location and put down how much you pay for gas, how much you pay for eggs. That is a boost to your pocket right now, right now, right now. Put your state in the chat and put how much you pay for gas. $2.65. How much was it this time last year when Biden was in office?
For periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly. And he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't. But he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%.
Say it.
1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, and I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country. And you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it.
So just to get some more, shout out to MAGA. I see everybody. Texas 260, Hawaii 440, MD 390, Colorado 250. I see New York $3. I see everybody 281. I pay 225, 345. I see everybody in the chat right now. Put your minimum wage in the chat right now. Let's go, everybody. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button.
The past administration, they had no clue, or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. And real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000.
Trump income has gone up. Double tap at the like button. Inflation came in 2. Now keep in mind, this is during tariffs. Today is Tariff Terrific Tuesday. Today is a Tariff Terrific Tuesday. Keep in mind, this is during a tariff economy. Keep in mind that this is during a tariff economy that we have all these wins. Let's keep going, everybody.
It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, and I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life, my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now, all of a sudden, she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but 18 trillion and having thousands of plants being.
So just to remind everybody that we got brand new restrictions coming to EBT in February, February 1st, February 15th, and February 18th. So January 1st, 18 states in all took the EBT ban. 18 states in all took the EBT ban, but they're incrementally rolling out the EBT ban. Let me just remind everybody, because I think it may be some sugar highs. You know what I'm saying? It may be some sugar highs. It may be some sugar highs out there, man. Yeah, man. February EBT bans, man. February EBT bans. You got a couple states coming in on the 15th, a couple states coming in on the 18th. Oklahoma starts the February 15th ban. Soft drinks, including soda, energy drinks, sports drinks, flavored water with sweeteners. We talking about Trump live in the White House. Trump live in the White House, saving us money left and right, saving us money left and right, saving us money left and right. Double tap hit the like button. And he talked about EBT costs going down. Now we talking about how is the EBT costs going down. It's because we cutting back. Everybody know how this is going. All states. Shout out to Maha. Can I get a hashtag Maha in the chat? Double tap hit the like button. Can I get a hashtag Maha in the chat? Make America Healthy Again. RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz sent out 50 referrals to all 50 states. I was explaining this to my wife because I told her about the EBT ban, and I told her about the 18 states, and she was like, wow. But she didn't understand that the 18 states just accepted the waiver, that 50 states actually got the waiver, right? And that it may expand more, that each state may expand. So all 50 states got the waiver, 18 states accepted the waiver, and it went into effect in 2026 where EBT, when you can't buy soda in 18 states, incrementally being rolled out, and it's going to be phased in even more and higher. I'm going to read the states going live in February right now. I'm going to read the states going live in February right now with the EBT ban, just to let you know how Doge is getting down, saving money. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Maha. Let's read it, everybody. Oklahoma is first. It starts February 15th. Oklahoma is banning, to begin with, just so you know, I'm the only one giving you the real reports. I'm the only one giving you the real reports. Just so you know, Oklahoma is the only Oklahoma. Let me go to this. Oklahoma bans soft drinks, including energy drinks, sports drinks, flavored water with sweeteners, and candy, chocolate bars, gummies, chewing gum, mints, etc. Do you guys hear this? I haven't heard anybody go in depth about how extensive these bans are. Yeah, water. Now listen, this is one thing that I was asked to repeat when I talk about this. You can still buy these items with cash. Everybody in the chat, let's say, you can still buy these items with cash if your ass has a job. You understand what I'm saying? If your ass has a job, you can still buy your candy and soda with cash. Double tap hit the like button. We are starting with Oklahoma, just giving everybody an update. Trump is live in the White House, touting all of his victories. We're going to a deep dive into the EBT ban. Double tap hit the like button. Oklahoma is banning soft drinks. That means soda, energy drinks, sport drinks, flavored water with sweeteners, and they are also banning candy that includes chocolate bars, gummies, chewing gum, mint, etc. I know there's a lot of healthy moms in the chat saying, I didn't even know that you could buy that shit with EBT. You never should have been able to buy that shit. How many MAGA moms are in the chat saying to themselves, I'm so surprised it was legal in the first place? Double tap hit the like button. I know it's a lot of MAGA moms in the chat saying it was legal to buy those things. I thought it was called food stamps. I'm sure they were buying food. I didn't know you could buy gum because you can't buy cigarettes, right? So it wouldn't be odd for a MAGA mom to be surprised of what you could actually purchase with an EBT card. It wouldn't be surprising for a MAGA mom to be shocked that you could buy Pizza Hut, that you could buy Wingstop. In California, every Pizza Hut has a big poster outside and says EBT accepted here. Every fast food restaurant in California has a huge poster that says EBT accepted here. I know a lot of MAGA moms are going to be surprised as I read this list. I know a lot of MAGA moms are going to be surprised as I read this list. Let's keep going. Idaho starts February 15, bans soda, sugary drinks, and candy, including chocolate and gummies and sweets. So they are expanding. Y'all heard about soda. How many people is giving you the breakdown of the dates, the states, and the actual restrictions? We are at Oklahoma and Idaho, both banning sugary drinks and candy. I know you might be surprised. Louisiana starts February 18th, bans soft drinks, energy drinks, and candy, including gum and mints. This is part of a temporary waiver project running through early 2028. Shout out to MAGA. Shout out to MAGA. Other states began similar restrictions earlier, January 1st in Indiana, Ohio, Nebraska, Utah, and West Virginia. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? So far, we have bans instituted in Oklahoma, Idaho, Louisiana, Colorado is coming in March, Florida and Texas in April, and up to 18 states are totally involved in these changes. Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Utah, and West Virginia already live as of January 1st with similar bans. And then we have Colorado coming in March, Florida and Texas in April, 18 states in all. Banned items focus on non-nutritious high sugar products to encourage better health outcomes. These are state-specific. Rules vary by where you live and shop. If you're in one of these states, your EBT card will decline restricted items at checkout on effective date. Now, no nationwide ban exists yet. It's state by state via USDA waivers. All 50 states received the waivers. If this relates to your state or specific situation, check your SNAP agency website or the USDA's food restriction waiver page for exact details. These policies aim to reduce obesity and related issues, but have sparked debate and choice about choice and access. Let me know how you feel about it in the chat. Do you support? Put a 1 in the chat right now if you support the EBT ban, all the money we've saved. Put a 1 in the chat if you support the EBT ban and all the money we saved. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Giving out real facts this morning. Put a 1 in the chat if you support the EBT ban and all the money we save. We live at the White House. Whoa, that MAGA. We are live at the White House. Well, give me some more likes, man. We're going for 1,000 likes today. Double tap hit the like button. We need 1,000 likes. Double tap and let me get my gifts and my super chats. Where the gifts and the super chats at? Double tap hit the like button. We live at the White House with Donald Trump. 18 states accept the MAGA waiver. We giving the details out. Let's go, everybody.
You would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country, and you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? Was it $7 billion? And it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, They had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me, it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license. And then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary with tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people.
We fought tariffs over here. Put a one in the chat if you fought tariffs. We ain't paying back shit. Double tap at the like button, everybody. We ain't paying back shit. We fought tariffs over here. Today is a terrific Tuesday. Double tap at the like button. Today is a terrific Tuesday. Thank you, President Trump. Today is a terrific Tuesday. Where is it?
The Supreme Court so rules. You'll find out. All electric cars, just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years. And yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the. You got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great.
And you invited Lula from Brazil to be part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play,
A
especially
big role. I
with
like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah.
And another one, because
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world. At the moment, we're talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions.
Well, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better in trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs. And we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social post?
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris, got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy. They got to stop with the windmills and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it. makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you
that-
from Norway?
No.
You look
You
like
told-
you would be from Norway. She looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I
Why would
lost a
not-
lot of respect for Norway. And
But why
I
would not
believe,
winning
and
that
I believe
prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. You have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask them to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know. Think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia, Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Mr. President, Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country.
Did you hear that first on President Donald Trump? Greatest president. $2,000 rebate check. $2,000 rebate check. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. You heard it here first. I reported it in 2025. President Trump just said again, we getting so much money from tariffs, we're going to be able to give out a $2,000 rebate check and pay down the deficit. Live from the White House. Live from the White House.
Country, but we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of, income limit. Where it made sense, but we will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity. Previously, you backed that deal. Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important area of the globe. Not to anywhere near Greenland, but I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing it. Do they need money?
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall of the regime.
I did a good job.
The Syrian government, the last 2 weeks, had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
Well,
with
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume.
You guys are watching the Perfect Time of Podcast right now. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. You are watching Perfect Time of Podcast live at the White House with President Trump. Live at the White House with President Trump. And we are talking about geopolitics, #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. Double tap at the like button. Thank you for everybody watching. Man, this is the #1 podcast right now. We having such a good time right now. Double tap at the like button, everybody. Double tap at the like button. Let's get into it.
But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and, what was going on. We have some of the worst terrorists in the world in those prisons. And he's watching.
Syria.
Mr.
Go ahead.
President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos at these not already there, you're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028. But what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often. And somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship. Really close.
Put a 1 in the chat if you want Californication for the nation. Put a 1 in the chat if you want San Francisco and Idaho. Put a 1 in the chat if you want Californication for the nation. Do you want a Los Angeles and Arkansas? Put a 1 in the chat if you want Gavin Newsom to be the Democratic nominee. If you want Californication for the nation, double tap. You want San Francisco and Oklahoma. You want Los Angeles and Alabama. You want San Joaquin where you live. You want Californication for the nation. You want no Walgreens. You want no restaurants. Let me show you something I was just looking at the other day. Fisherman Wharf restaurant closes down, getting tore down. Let me go. Let's y'all want to go fisherman? Anybody ever been to anybody ever been to San Francisco for on a tourist on a closes? Anybody? There are no more Walgreens. There are no more Denny's. There are homeless, drugs, gangs, and feces on the ground. There's been a significant news about closures and changes on Fisherman Wharf in San Francisco, particularly with the recent demolition starting in early January 2026. The most popular prominent recent development is the demolition of Alito's restaurant. The demolition of Alito's restaurant. Some of you I'm born and raised in San Francisco Bay Area, Northern California. You know what I'm saying? So I can speak to this, but a lot of you probably been on vacation and been here before and probably didn't know. I didn't know it was that bad in San Francisco. I know a lot of you are probably saying to yourself, I didn't know it was that bad in San Francisco. Yeah, it's that bad in San Francisco, right? There are no more restaurants. That's why I say, what do you want? Do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want San Francisco and Idaho? That's the question. Do you want San Francisco and Idaho, right? Because they saying Gavin
Alito's restaurant and replaced with a new plaza is expected to revitalize. San Francisco restaurant began at Fisherman's Wharf this morning. Crown 4 Sleep to Call reports the project to tear down Alito's restaurant and replace it with a new plaza is expected to revitalize that area.
Cranes and contractors slowly picking away at Alioto's restaurant in San Francisco's Fisherman's Wharf Monday, initiating the teardown of a former seafood haven that operated in the tourist enclave for nearly a century before shuttering for good during the pandemic in 2020.
This part of shut down for good after 100 years. Shut down for good after 100 years. Do you want Gavin Newsom to be the president? That's all the question is. That's why I say Californication for the nation. You know what Californication is, right? Legal marijuana, guns, drugs, cocaine. You can steal all you want. I just want to know, is that what you want? Do you want Californication? Because that's what they're going to bring. Tim Walz was going to bring you Somali fraud. Tim Walz and Kamala. Remember how we got Tim Walz? Tim Walz was going to bring you Somali fraud. Did you want Somali fraud? Tim Walz was nominated to the vice president because Obama tweeted out his welfare policies in 2023. Kamala Harris championed Obama and championed Tim Walz's welfare policies in 2023. Next thing you know, he was chosen as a vice presidential candidate in 2024 after Kamala and Obama both championed the policies that led to the $19 billion fraud. How many people knew that? That led to the $19 billion fraud. Now, Gavin Newsom is supposed to be the front runner for the Democratic Party. The only thing is, San Francisco is no more. San Francisco, one of the greatest, richest cities in the world, is dying, dead, or done.
Fisherman's Wharf
is still a big tourist attraction. We have the Franciscan Crab House. We got Boudin's. We got our fleets going around the bay. So to see such an important part of history being destroyed breaks my heart.
The Port of San Francisco owns the property and has plans in place to revitalize the area with a $10 million public plaza.
The plan is from here, the demolition is going to continue until about late February. At that point, we're going to start construction of a public plaza that will replace the site where Alioto's restaurant is now.
Neighboring businesses hoping the
A plaza full of homeless people. Double tap at the like button. A plaza full of homeless people, because that's what's down there. There are no customers. There are no residents, which is why this is the same thing I said about the Democratic lack of blue wave. Did y'all know Nancy Pelosi not running again? Did y'all know Nancy Pelosi not running again? Did y'all know Jasmine Crockett can't run for Congress again? Did y'all know there is no blue wave? People have been saying, I was in a debate just the other day. As I say to you, do you want Californication for the nation? 2026 is an election year. There are people that believe somehow the Democrats can flip the House. They don't even know the proper nomenclature or the proper terminology. I said in a debate, okay, do you think the Democrats can flip the House? They don't even know what I mean when I say flip the House. Okay, well, how many seats? How many seats do you need? What's the congressional math? How many people watch my channel? How many people watch my channel? If you watch my channel, you've heard me many times before say what? The congressional math. Does anybody know what California does? What is the congressional math? I'll tell you, because the trolls don't really know. It's 219 to 213. It's 219 currently. This is the thing where I say about Trump is the most prolific, the most successful second-term president. We have a majority in the Senate. We have a majority in the House. The Democrat trolls don't know any of this. They just want to get out in the street with their blue hair, do their drugs, yelling, screaming, booty shake in front of the police officers. But we doing real policy over here. We doing real policy over here. Do you want San Francisco in Alabama? Do you want Los Angeles in West Virginia? These are real questions, because they want Gavin Newsom to be the front runner. And under Gavin Newsom's leadership, one of the beautiful cities compared to Paris. Outside of Paris, you want to go to Paris, you want to go to San Francisco, you want to go to LA, you want to go to New York, you want to go to Chicago. Am I right or am I wrong? No longer do you want to go to Chicago. These are major places that people want to go to. Chicago. Why Chicago? Because Chicago University, the Empire State Building. There's so much iconic Americana history in Chicago uniquely. Do you guys know how old that city is? That's why there's two levels to the city. There's actually, you can do a tour. There's a Chicago underneath Chicago. You don't go there. Similar to Los Angeles. Now San Francisco is dying. Let's finish the report.
Project helps attract more foot traffic to the area.
We need that, especially if they're going to build a plaza there. It's going to be nice view to the Golden Gate Bridge also and the harbor. So and the crab season is coming also.
Tourism often takes a dip after the holidays, so business in the area is already slow and the wet weather is not helping. But tourists say a plaza is better than another empty storefront.
I was expecting more people. It is beautiful. We're getting ready to go on an Alcatraz thing, a tour. So we're like, we're just visiting there. It's a lot to do here, but not many people. I wish people would come and patronize businesses a little bit more.
The plaza is...
There are no businesses, ladies and gentlemen. There are no businesses. There are no businesses anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We just reporting. This is the report when they tearing it down. Fair use. This is the report when they tearing it down. There are no more businesses. What is she talking about? We wish there was more people there. If there was more businesses, there would be more people there, right? If there was more businesses, there would be more people there. But no, I just wanted to know, do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want, because they say Gavin Newsom's going to be the front runner. They say Gavin Newsom's going to be the front runner. Let's get into the podcast, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the podcast. Double tap hit the like button. That was Trump live at the White House. That was Trump live at the White House. Y'all ready for Perfect Time Podcast with the blast in and out with a dash? Let's go, baby. Yeah, MAGA fam. Welcome to the Perfect Time Podcast on this glorious January 20th, the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's second inauguration generation. I'm your host, firing up the truth bombs today. Trump ICE raids are obliterating Ilhan Omar's Minnesota chaos. Her $30 million fraud probe is exploding like deep state nukes. Explosion! And Trump's Greenland push is humiliating the woke EU elites. This is MAGA Base Live. No host bar. Smash the like button if you're ready to go, Max Red Pill. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. First up, Trump anniversary. We just played it live. 1.2 million deportations. Borders locked. Let's do a list. Do it. Let's get a bullet point. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. I need a bullet point list. I need some super chats. I need some gifts. I need 1,000 likes. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. First up, Trump anniversary. I said 1.2 million deportations. If you want to know why I'm fired up, 1.2 million deportations. 1.2, 300,000 at the top. 300,000 people came across the border during the Biden-Kamala administration at the height. 300,000. Now today we celebrate 1.2 million deportations, borders locked, economy roaring. We just heard him say $2,000 checks, $2,000 checks. Because of tariffs. Double tap at the like button. I saw a lot of, today is a terrific Tuesday. When did they start collecting tariffs? For all the player haters, August 1st. How much have they collected so far? Trillions. What do we do with it? 12 billion to farmers. We paid WIC during the shutdown in 1776. Can I get a hashtag 1776? Because the tariff people don't understand and they don't know. 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 Hashtag 1776 went out to the military workers, and Trump just said out of his own mouth, because it's one thing when the black guy with the tight eye, I said it's one thing, double tap at the like button. You're watching Perfect on the podcast, the black guy with the tight eyes, double tap at the like button, back at it like a crack addict, automatic like a phobatic, built for tragedy, made for static. It's your boy, Perfect on the podcast with the blast, in and out with a dash. It's one thing when I say it, it's another thing when Trump says it. It's one thing when I say it, it's another thing when the president says that you're going to get a $2,000 stimulus check. That's what the president said. $2,000 stimulus check, $2,000 stimulus check. Let's go, baby. $2,000 stimulus check coming from President Trump. 1.2 million deportations, borders locked, economy roaring, but the left is melting down over ICE violence protests in Minneapolis. Let's dive in. ICE raids on Minnesota. Omar chaos. Patriots ICE raids Minnesota are Trump's masterstroke. 5,000 arrests. Agents under fire from radical mobs. Remember the Renee Good shooting? This is a media spin zone. It's a tragedy, but facts show she charged agents. Self-defense. ICE violence protests up 1,500%. Did you know that? Double tap at the like button. ICE violence protest is up 1,500% with anarchists ramming vehicles. Remember, I reported to you the Minnesota ICE Watch and the tactics that were trained to Becca Good and Renee Good at a 6-year-old child's school. The Zoom call that they both attended days before the incident, and I gave you the brochure and the actual training where it told them to block ICE agents with their vehicles and use white bodies to put themselves in between. So when we see the uptick of violence is not accidental. It's not only paid, it's trained. This is trained and paid opposition that's going on in Minnesota, Minneapolis by the Minnesota ICE Watch. You got to understand where the money is coming from and where the trading is coming from. I said Minnesota ICE Watch has a Zoom call where they have trained white women to use their white bodies. If you're wondering why you always see a white woman in between a federal agent, it's because of training. It's not by accident. It's not by accident. They've been trained and they've been radicalized, like Vice President J.D. Vance said. What happened to this mother that she was radicalized, that she would put her car in front of a federal agent? She was told to. She was trained to. I showed the leaflet. I showed the leaflet in the brochure with like a karate class. They show physical altercation and said, be careful when using this tactic because it requires you to assault a federal agent. I'm going to repeat that one more time. I said, I played for you a pamphlet from Minnesota Ice Watch where it told the members to be careful when using this tactic because you have to assault an ICE officer. You have to assault a federal agent, which could result in you being arrested and charged, or this is what the pamphlet said. Double tap in the chat if you remember when I read this, or you could trigger the Leo response. Anybody in the chat know what the Leo response is? This is one of these terminologies from the young kids, you know, when they tried to make us say Latin X, when they tried to make you say they, them, when they tried to say my pronoun is wolf or a dog or some stupid shit like that. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? The only person talking about this shit is Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. This is Trump Masterstroke, 5,000 arrests. We said it earlier, deportation orders. And this is the reason why Renee Good was shot. And this is the reason why we have a 1,500% uptick with ramming the vehicles. It's not just because people are mad at Trump. You know, and make you the people who are not intelligent enough to do a deeper dive and understand, they might look at the videos and say, oh, the American people are so upset. The American, no. They're being paid and they are being trained. Renee Good was trained to block the cars. They're being trained to ram ICE. They're being trained and taught and told to assault agents. They've been given the whistles. Just come on, you guys. Come on, America. They've been given the whistles. No one ever asked, where do these damn whistles come from? Every time ICE goes to do an arrest, it's 200 people who pop out with 200 whistles. Who pay for all the whistles? Who distribute all the whistles? Who pay for the water? Who pay for the protest signs? Who pay for the staging? Who pay for the training? Who pay for the leaflets? Then you understand that it's not only paid, but it's trained opposition. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. The violence is up 1,500%. Trump Insurrection Act threats are genius. 2,000 troops ready to crush insurrectionists like Walz and Omar ranting terror on our streets. Yeah, terror from her sanctuary policies, letting criminals run wild. If you think Omar needs to be voted out, put a 1 in the chat. If you think Omar needs to be voted out, put a 1 in the chat. This is Trump versus Omar drama at peak. Her Somali heavy district is ground zero based move. Remember, I just played a video where Trump said, I heard she's worth $30 million and she is a crooked politician. I just played a video where Trump said, I heard she's worth $30 million and she's a crooked politician. That's not me. That's not me. That's from the voice of the president. So, you know, a lot of time the MAGA podcasters get picked on. You know, a lot of time the MAGA podcasters, you know, we get a bad rap. You know what I'm saying? Because people think, people always want to say
the maximum of $50,000 in assets at the winery.
People always want to say that we make up the facts, right? You know, I saw a debate over the weekend with Jess Pearly, and the tactic, this happens a lot with a MAGA conservative. Oh, where'd you get your sources from? They never want to talk about the real issue, like Trenta de Agua doing crimes against Americans, American children being injured. No one's talking about the young black girl who was injured by a criminal from outside the country. We can't talk about that, right? We can't talk about the ill effects of the Biden-Kamala debacle, right? We can't talk about any of those things. We have to be quiet, and when we bring up the truth, and when we bring up things like she married her brother, they want to poison pin the information. Oh, they're red pill. They're in their mother's basement. They don't have girlfriends, you know. What they got to do with Omar marrying her brother? What they got to do with Omar marrying her brother? It don't got nothing to do with Omar marrying her brother, right? What they got to do with Omar marrying her brother? Whether or not I live in my mama basement, I look like I'm in a nice studio, right? We in the Perfect Timing Podcast studio. You see my Rode microphone. You see my Rodecaster Pro. You see these big chains on my neck. But they want to say we live in our mama studio. We ain't in our mama studio, homeboy. This is MAGA, full MAGA, full MAGA, full MAGA. But that That's what they want to say. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. 30 million. Let me cue up the video, man. Let me cue up the video. Let's cue up the video real quick. Let's cue up the video because I've been talking about this. I double tap at the like button. Shit, Ilhan, I saw them ones. Fire up the chat with the ones. Double tap at the like button. Let me see all them ones in the chat. Let me see all the Ilhan Omar should get voted out. The squad is done. Hashtag the squad is done. Hashtag the squad is done. Breaking House investigation launched into Ilhan Omar exploding net worth. Who reported it first? I think it was the independent media, MAGA Knights, deplorables. Give yourself a pat on the back, man. Give yourself a pat on the back, man. Y'all deserve a pat on the back, man. The MAGA Knights, the deplorables, my degenerates, y'all deserve a pat on the back because we was first. We was first. Now, what about her daddy? Now, y'all know we reported that her daddy got naturalized. The only reason she in the Congress, the only reason, and she want to go back to Somalia. She says she want to go back to Somalia. She just want to go back with a bunch of money. She just want to go back with a bunch of money. She says she want to live the rest of her life out in Somalia after she flees to America. I don't think they got no respect for us, brothers and sisters. Breaking news, House investigation launched into Ilhan Omar's exploding net worth of $30 million. This comes after President Trump shared our reporting breakdown, the corruption behind her massive wealth. Not your report, not your report. My reporting, double tap, the perfect timing podcast, W chat, my chat room, W chat, my chat room is the one who said it. My chat room, we talked about Greenland. Shout out to Tammy. My chat room brought up the $30 million and the fact that she's married to a white man, her third or fourth marriage. Let's go, MAGA. My chat room said she married her brother. Her father has no paperwork on his naturalization. She had 4 or 5 different marriages. She was worth 50 grand. Then she marries a white man out the blue. The white man was broke. Now she worth now. Remember when we talked about this? I said we get credit. My chat, W chat right now. I want to see the W's in the chat. I want to see the best chat, the #1 channel for geopolitical debate, because we were the channel who said Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million. Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million. I did the research as we talk about San Francisco closing down Fisherman Wharf and all of the shit being torn down. I said Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million. And I said when she took office, she was only worth less than $1 million. And that million she was worth with all came from her real estate. Did you guys know that Nancy Pelosi, just like Ilhan Omar, was not a mega millionaire? Is it fair to call her a mega millionaire? She's almost a damn billionaire. Her investment portfolio beat the S&P 500. Who told you this, MAGA? And now she's stepping down a year early. I think she's stepping down because Trump said we need to investigate Nancy Pelosi $400 million ass. Put a 1 in the chat if we need to investigate Nancy Pelosi $400 million ass. Put a 1 in the chat if we need to investigate Nancy Pelosi $400 million ass. $400 million ass. Because she was only worth $1 million when she came in. We investigate Ilhan Omar. Put a 1 in the chat if we should investigate Nancy Pelosi, because that's what Trump said. It's not. See, right now it's just a black guy with the tight eyes. Right now it's just a black guy with the tight eyes. But I play a video of Trump saying we need to investigate Nancy Pelosi. Next thing you know, she stepped down and she out the door. But y'all think y'all got the congressional math. Hey, I'm not gonna let him go. I'm not gonna let him go. I said, what's the congressional math? They still didn't answer. I said, do you have the seats? I said, it's 219 to 213. Nancy Pelosi's leaving. Jasmine Crockett's leaving. AOC wants to be in the Senate. How do you win the House? How do you flip the House legitimately for those of us who took GATE classes? Shout out to Candace Owens. For those of us who took AP English, AP Math, who took calculus in high school, for those of us, how? Just tell us, trolls. Tell us, trolls. Tell us, trolls. Can you tell me you don't know shit, do you? You don't know the actual math, do you? That's why the Democrats gonna lose. It ain't got shit to do with Trump. It's the fact that the Democrats want to dye their hair blue and go protest in the street and not do real politics, not build constituency. Can I get a hashtag constituency? Can I get a hashtag hashtag constituency? Can I get a hashtag constituency? How do you flip the house? How do you flip the house? I just want to know, where do the numbers come from? Who are these 20 to 30 Democrats who are doing so great in the polls that you go from 213 Democrats to a lion's share and you get the majority? I just want to know, how do you flip the house? Where are the seats? Because we would know by now. It's 2026. The election is in months. Who are these people? Right? Nancy Pelosi is a seat that you lose. So I gave you 213. It's not really 213, 219. Nancy Pelosi is a seat that you lose, right? Jasmine Crockett is a seat that you lose, right? So I'm giving you 213 because that's the congressional math now. The trolls don't even know. I haven't seen not one number in the chat. I have not seen one blue troll give me one digit in the chat. They don't know these numbers. That's why they're going to lose in 2026. I give you 213 because right now it's 219 to 213, but Nancy Pelosi is dropping out because she worth $400 million damn dollars. Jasmine Crockett dropping out because her seat got manipulated by those 5 seats and she can't win the congressional district in South Dallas, District 33. So Jasmine Crockett's running for Senate. That's 2 seats gone. That's 2, so you really don't have 213. You're starting behind the 8 ball, Dems. You're starting behind the 8 ball, Dems. You're starting behind the 8 ball. It's 213 to 219, but you're losing Pelosi and you're losing Crockett. If AOC primaries Chuck Schumer, you lose her. Can you tell me where you get the numbers? I don't see one number in the chat. I don't see one number in the chat. I don't see one number. I don't see one number. Woo, that MAGA. Woo, that MAGA. Oh, Omar was worth $65,000 in 2018. She's worth $30 million in 2026. Let's go to the video. Double tap at the like button. Nancy Pelosi's not running again. Ilhan Omar, do y'all think she's going to win? I don't think Ilhan. If you take away Nancy, if you take away Crockett, if you take away Omar, then you lose even more seats. I don't think you guys got the numbers.
Woman Ilhan Omar's net worth went up nearly $30 million. The question is how? Here's what we know. Omar's husband, a former political consultant, owns a venture capital firm based in Washington, D.C., and a winery in California. Take a look at these numbers. In 2023, Omar disclosed a maximum of $50,000 in assets at the winery. The next year, Dana, that number increased to $5 million. Meanwhile, her husband's company, Rose Lake Capital, reported a maximum of $1,000 in assets in 2023. The next year, it was $25 million. Despite that, Omar denied being a millionaire earlier this year, posting on X, quote, "I barely have thousands, let alone millions." House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer tells Fox News an investigation is underway, writing, quote, "The committee is working on addressing ethics concerns regarding Representative Omar and her spouse, and we hope to have an update soon." But Omar says she's being targeted.
Ever since I've gotten to Congress, they have been doing these sort of weird ethics investigations. None of them have yielded anything because I have been as transparent as I can be.
Of course, others see it differently. Elon Musk says Omar committed fraud, while President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, "She should be in jail or even a worse punishment, sent back to Somalia." Omar authored the Meals Act in 2020, which loosened oversight on food programs during COVID. Federal prosecutors say one of those programs, Feeding Our Future, stole $250 million through fake meal sites.
There again, ding, 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 ding. How many times have I said Omar created the policy during COVID that created the pathway for $250 million in fraud? Let's listen to that one more time. Let's react to this one more time. Let's react to this one more time. Now keep in mind, this is the sinister part about the Democrats. 80% of Somalians were on welfare during the time when she asked asked for even more welfare. They have been on welfare since they've been here. So after 10 years, how many Somalians are on welfare? 80%. So in 2020, when Ilhan Omar asked for more money, they hadn't had a fucking job in 10 fucking years. That's just some context. Let's listen to this shit again because it's unfucking believable.
In 2020.
Trump says she should be in jail. She should be in jail. Even worse, punishment sent back to Somalia. That's not from me. That's not from me. Double tap at the like button. That's not from me. That's from the greatest president with the greatest second term in the history of America. President Trump from the Truth Social Desk says she should be arrested or sent back home. She should be arrested or sent back home. Put a one in the chat if she should go. I said, that's why I say I don't think she's going to win Congress if she's even going to be here. Let's go.
Or even a worse punishment sent back to Somalia. Omar authored the Meals Act in 2020, which loosened oversight on food programs during COVID. Federal prosecutors say one of those programs, Feeding Our Future, stole $250 million through fake meal sites. We did reach out to Omar as part of this story, but so far we have not heard back, Dana.
Okay, Nate Boy, thank you for that.
Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. She got to go. Put a one in the chat if you think Omar should go. Put a one in the chat if you think Omar should go. We talking about Minnesota and actual investigation because
Ilhan Omar's net worth went up nearly $30 million. The question.
We talking about real investigation. So for a long time, it has only been independent media like myself reporting the fact that she was needed to be investigated, right? For what has she been doing, right? But no one else had been reporting it. And so finally, they're moving forward with an investigation. Double tap at the like.
And see America and go, okay, this is pretty cool. They're not oppressing each other. She comes from a family, and they call her a refugee who came from Somalia, right? They call her a refugee. Her family were the governing party, the Marxist Islamist government in Somalia, who were overthrown and then fled. Now, technically, that makes her a refugee, but she wasn't fleeing oppression, or rather, her family weren't fleeing oppression. They were fleeing justice.
How many people know this? Somebody in my chat, chat, somebody in my chat was saying the Democrats don't want to go into her biology or her lineage. I'm giving out her a lineage right now. Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. How many people knew she came? It makes sense to me. It makes sense to me when you see her aligning herself with AOC and the squad that she comes from an Islamic Marxist background. Because didn't they tell us they were trained Marxists? Didn't they tell us with their own mouths that they were trained Marxists? That's what they said, right? Ain't that what they said? The squad, the ones you love so much.
Their own people, holding them to account for the dictatorship that they had established. So you have people like the Omar family, and what do? Do they come to America and see America and go, okay, this is pretty cool. They're not oppressing each other. Let's be part of this. No, they go, hey, how can we oppress them? You know, how can we bring Marxism to America? That's the thought process. And it may be a passive thought process, but it's the thought process.
I argue that he's correct. How could they bring Marxism? Now think about my argument. I argue that after 10 years, 80%, if you want to argue with me, I'm saying that after 10 years, 80% of Somalians are on welfare. What else do you call it? Isn't it socialism when you say we need more aid, more help? This was the plan the entire time for them to live freely, but not just live freely, but live good in Mercedes and then ship back. I played a story where $700 million went through the Minnesota airport, back to Somalia, back to Hezbollah, Islamic terrorists. So when we talk about Minnesota, when we talk about Minneapolis and Ilhan Omar, I just want to give you guys some context that she came from a leading ruling family and she came from an Islamic Marxist background, but that should not be surprising because you are watching these same protests that we saw in BLM, and BLM people like AOC, Omar and Jasmine Crockett told us that they were trained Marxists. Do y'all remember that? They told us that they were trained Marxists. That's what they said, right? That's what they said. They told us. I got another video. They told us they were trained Marxists. So when I see a expose say Ilhan Omar is that what she told us she was, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Let's go into more detail of this investigation that we broke the news here first on Perfect Timing Podcast. Double tap, hit the like button. Ilhan Omar being investigated for her $30 million worth over 1 year. He's going to tell you the fact that her worth grew thousands of percent in 1 year. Did you guys know that her worth grew something like 10,000, 30,000% in 1 year? In 1 year, that's how much her worth grew. Let's listen to these reports. Minnesota
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. In February of this year, she shot down claims that she's actually a millionaire. She wrote, "My salary is $174,000 before taxes. I don't have stock or own a home, and I'm still paying off my student debt. So if you're going to lie on something that is public, maybe try checking my financial statements, and you will see I barely have thousands, let alone millions." Well, people have checked the public records now. Ilhan Omar apparently has a net worth upwards of $30 million, somewhere between $60 and $30 million. And get this, it's because of companies run and owned by her husband, who in 2023 had a net worth of $51,000. In 1 year, that $51,000 grew from $6 to $30 million, 3,500% growth in 1 year. What a good communist. It's always equality for you, elitism for those in power.
Do you see the returns on this guy? So Ilhan Omar's husband, I think I said her, but the husband was
fair use. Did y'all hear that? Listen to that one more time.
And get this, it's because of companies run and owned by her husband, who in 2023 had a net worth of $51,000. In
2023, he had a net worth of $51,000. You can't make this up. In 2023, he had a net worth of $51,000.
1 year, that $51,000 grew from $6 to $30 million, 3,500% growth in 1
3,500% growth. Don't that remind you of somebody like Nancy Pelosi? As we talked about Nancy Pelosi and her astronomical growth. Remember what President Trump said? We might need to investigate Nancy Pelosi because she beat the S&P 500 by 15%. She beat the S&P 500 by 15%, right? So Ilhan Omar right there with Nancy Pelosi with a 3,000% growth. Her and her husband both was worth less than $100,000 just 5 minutes ago. Now they're worth $30 million.
Somewhere between $60 and $30 million. And get this, it's because of companies run and owned by her husband, who in 2023 had a net worth of $51,000. In 1 year, that $51,000 grew from $6 to $30 million.
But you can't leave out the fact, during that time, the Somalians were stealing billions of dollars from the Minneapolis government, being aided and abated by Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar. So Somalians are stealing $250 million from the Feeding Our Future, to be exact. And she was the one who initiated that program. Did you guys know that she had her victory party at the Safari Club? The owner of the Safari Club has been convicted as one of the leaders in the Feeding Our Future fraud for stealing $5 million. He gave her a party. One of her campaign managers, one of Ilhan Omar's employees, who she paid a salary to, has been convicted for $3 million of fraud for the Feeding Our Future scandal of lying about. These are not things I'm making up. I am saying these are her direct connections to the fraud, that she had a party for someone who had $5 million conviction through a celebration, a victory party. One of the people who was responsible for getting the Somalians to vote for her is also being convicted of $3 million fraud. And now we learn at the same time, listen, at the same time, there's now $19 billion in fraud. We are now at 19. Some estimates say it could be up to 100 billion. I said 700 million through a Minneapolis airport. We have Nick Shirley reporting empty daycare centers. We have medical transportation fraud, feeding our future meal fraud, autistic therapy fraud. At the same time, her and her new husband in 2023 go from 50,000 to 30 to 60 million dollars in worth. You cannot talk about it in a vacuum. You have to couch it in the fact that she is now worth that much money during this fraudulent scheme.
3,500% growth in 1 year. What a good communist.
Double tap hit the like button. Double tap hit the like button. Nobody else giving you this fire information, man. Nobody else giving you this fire information, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the like button. Perfect Time Podcast with the blast, back in the dash, in and out in the flash, man. We talking about Ilhan Omar under investigation. No longer conjecture. No longer conjecture. She was worth $51,000 just 5 minutes ago. Her husband was worth $51,000 in 2023. Now they both are worth anywhere from 30 to 60 million dollars, and it should not be possible, but it is. But don't just talk about the fact that she went from 50,000 to 30, 60 million. You have to put it in proper context. The context is that during this time there was a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme that was initiated by her. There was a multi-billion-dollar fraud scheme that was initiated by her. Is it plausible that she may have benefited? Is it plausible? Some people might even say she may have benefited without knowing. Would that be acceptable? Let's get into this. House Oversight probes Rep. Ilhan Omar's family wealth surge. What I'm saying today, we've talked about this, but now I just want to let you know, just like there's an official Homeland Security investigation into whether or not she married her brother, that's not longer conjecture. That's not just MAGA red pill. There is a real official investigation into whether or not she married her brother. Tom Homan wants to see the paperwork. Tom Homan wants to see the paperwork. Now we are reporting today, because I reported it over weeks ago, that she was worth $30 million overnight. But now they have heard us. They have heard our podcast. And today I'm very proud. Double tap at the like button. Today, we are very proud, MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA with some Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. I can report an official investigation. This woman, I don't think she's going to win Congress. I don't think she's going to be in Congress again, y'all. I don't think they got the math. I don't think they got the numbers. The House Oversight Committee, led by Representative James Comer, a Republican from Kentucky, is reviewing Rep. Ilhan Omar's 2024 financial filings, which report her husband 10 minutes stakes in Ross Lake Capital LLC value $5 to $25 million. Can anybody say that for me in the chat? Valued at $5 to $25 million. And ESTCRU LLC winery worth $1 to $5 million. This marks a sharp rise from prior disclosures showing around 65,000 in 2018, 65,000, despite Omar's 174,000 congressional salary and modest personal savings offset by debts. The probe announced January 17 questions the rapid wealth. The probe announced January 17. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. The probe announced January 17th. This is a real probe. This is no longer just YouTube MAGA just saying things, right? This ain't YouTube MAGA. Mr. Boski Woski in the chat, baby. What's up with your Mr. Boski Woski in the building, man? Thank you for coming through, baby. Yeah, man, let's keep going, man. The probe was announced January 17, questions the rapid wealth accumulation amid Minnesota's $9 billion social service fraud. See, every day the number changes, man. Every day the number changes, man. They say 1 billion. They say 9 billion. They say 19 billion, man. We doing good, Mr. Boski. We doing good, man. We doing good, man. Mr. Boski with the Moski, man. We in the building, man. We getting it done, man. Once again, man. We getting it done, man. We getting it done, man. Double tap at the like button, man. We need them 1,000 likes, man. We kind of get to 1,000 likes, man. That's my next goal, man. We've been hitting a lot of goals. Let's take a little break real quick. I want to say thank you to everybody, man. Did y'all get a chance to check out my community tab? I put out a couple posts on my community tab. I want you guys to come on, double tap, hit the like button, and join the community, man. As you subscribe to the channel, my goal is that you hit the plus sign, become a member. Membership has its benefits. We're building a community, friends. I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribed, who has actually become a member. We're building a community, friends, and I'm inviting all of you who support the community to join us here on the Perfect Timing Podcast in our community. I put up a couple posts celebrating a couple milestones that we reached here lately, and I gotta say thank you, because I wouldn't be able to reach these milestones without your support, without your likes, without your views, without your comments and your clicks. The chat room goes crazy every day, even with the trolls. I just want to say W chat and thank you to everybody again, man. Please, I ask you guys to subscribe and join the community. I would love it. One day, you guys, we're going to have a really active community tab where we get to share thoughts. You know, people can disagree with us. You know, we don't mind if you disagree, because this is America. America was built on the idea of disagreement. That's why we have separate parties. It's not about monolithic thought here. It's not a monarchy. You know, it's not a theocracy. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be a democracy. So, hope and prayers and blessings to everybody. We're just taking a quick station identification, Perfect Timing Podcast. I want to say thank you to everybody who subscribe. Thank you to everybody who watch. Hit the like button. Continue to watch. Continue to subscribe. Join the channel. Become a member of the community. Check out the community tab. You know, hit the comment section when the podcast is over. Leave a comment. Go to the community section. If there was something you wanted to say in the podcast chat and the chat was moving too fast, go to the community section on the channel. Go to the community section on the channel, and that's how you get to participate. You know, that's going to be our forum for us to communicate, friends. And I want to say thank you to all of you. Let's get back into it today. Right now, we're at one of our first stories, and that's Ilhan Omar investigation. It's no longer conjecture. It's no longer red pill MAGA meat. It's still red pill MAGA meat, but now we have a real investigation by the House Oversight Committee. The probe announced January 17 questions the rapid wealth accumulation amid Minnesota's $9 billion social service fraud scandal in her district. Though no direct ties to Omar are alleged, Comer is considering a subpoena for Mynett. So I just wanted to give y'all that background. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's no longer conjecture. She being investigated. She should be investigated. I think this basically means any hopes for her in the midterms are done. I mean, even if you know she comes through this investigation, even if she comes through this investigation, the hopes for her during the midterms is over, right? So this is a more deep dive. Let's take a look at this deep dive for a second into her finances. But I just want to say she's done, bro. She's done, bro. She's done, bro. She's done, bro.
And she has nothing to hide. Another thing that she said earlier this year that doesn't appear to match what you just saw with those public financial reports is on X. She posted saying that she's not a millionaire. She said, I don't have she said, I have thousands, let alone millions. So she pushed back on the claims that she's a millionaire while filing these public disclosure reports that show that her husband owns these companies that have assets valued at as high as $30 million. So the House Oversight Committee is looking into it. There's also sort of a possible connection, or some people are making a connection to the fraud scandal that exploded in her district that we've been covering extensively, the $9 billion estimation of fraud that happened in Minnesota, a lot of it in her district.
Let's talk about it.
And part of this story is the fact that Omar authored what's called the Meals Act in 2020. So that loosened oversight on a lot of the service providers who were supposed to be feeding hungry school children or
Now, keep in mind, at the time, they were 80% on welfare. I'm going to keep reminding you that 80% of them were on welfare, because you got to ask yourself, well, why did all of these things exist? Why did all of these things exist where they were able to do that? It's because they were on welfare. That's why they had all these outlets for food and autism and all this other shit, because they were already on welfare. 80% of them have been on welfare, right?
or providing social services that then led to a lot of fraud because those regulations and oversight decreased, and then feeding our futures, for example, that we've also reported on extensively, that federal prosecutors say stole $250 million in tax money with fake food sites. That was one of those service providers that benefited from the legislation that Omar authored and introduced in 2020. And on top of that, there are two people that she is connected to who have pleaded guilty or been convicted in that fraud case. One person used to work on her campaign. The other person hosted events for her.
Didn't I just say that? Ding, ding, ding. Didn't I? Man, is he watching us? Tammy, Mr. Boski, is he watching us? I think they watching us. I tell you who's watching. Somebody's watching me. Somebody's watching me. I'll tell you who's watching. Did not just, must be, Mr. Boski, must be. No one else is reporting the fact that she has connections. So number one, she authored, then that came from my chat. W chat, my chat is the one who taught me, hey, perfect. She created the policy that led to the fraud. I'm like, what? She did. I looked it up. And then my chat said, the sinister part is she asked for more aid, even though she knew her constituents had been on welfare for 10 years, the majority of them. How evil is it that she asked for more government assistance when 80% of your constituents were already on welfare? A lot of people could say, if what we're doing right now, we're laying out the links between Omar and the fraud. The two people she knew personally that have been convicted, and the fact that she created the policy. And we're saying that she's now worth $30 million. How do you guys feel about this? Knowing these intricate details, knowing that she's connected intimately, her campaign advisor, someone threw a party for her. They've both been convicted of multi-million-dollar fraud. And as a politician, she asked for more aid for Somalians, knowing that 80% of the Somalians she was asking for more. Think about this. She asked for more, knowing that 80% of the people she was asking for more for were on welfare, already getting a free ride. So even if you say to me, she's not responsible for the fraud, how do you feel knowing that she thought it was okay to ask for more when 80% was already receiving a free ride? I say that's enough. I say that's criminal in its own fashion. That I think it's criminal for you. I think that's welfare fraud for you to ask for more aid when you knew that 80% of your people were on welfare. Now, the fact that it led to this $1 billion fraud, yes, I think she should be implicated. I think she could have well known that this could happen. Double tap at the like button. Ilhan Omar investigation for being worth $30 million. But I think a lot of people are just now learning the intricate details of the Somali fraud. Nick Shirley just did a salacious video. Nick Shirley is not telling you these details. Let's go, MAGA!
So it appears that she knew two people at the very least who have been found guilty of fraud. Omar's team said that they knew nothing about it, to be clear. And when the Feeding Our Future scandal first broke in 2022, they said, you know, that this has nothing to do with us. And Omar gave back, I think it was $7,500 in campaign contributions from convicted fraudsters.
What? How many people knew that? I haven't heard that reported. That's the first time. We talking about her $30 million worth. That's the first time. I've been going deep on this story. I'm surprised. I'm going to be upset with the people on my research team. I did not know that she gave back money. You know, I'm the guy who reported on Jeffrey Epstein's donations to the Democratic Party. Everybody, I saw in my chat earlier, Epstein files, I know there's some idiots still alive. Right? I know idiots still breathe air. I'm the one who reported to Epstein, the real Epstein. The real Epstein is about Democratic donations. Because Stacey Plassick, who Epstein was on the phone with when he was a 60-year-old old man in 2019, did not go to parties at his house. Stacey Plassick, representative of Virginia Island, the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plassick, black woman, Democrat, and friend to Jeffrey Epstein, who Jeffrey Epstein gave money to so she could win her election, had her on the phone in 2019, and he directed her what to say in the Michael Cohen investigation. Jeffrey Epstein, to this day, the DNC still has $35,000 of Jeffrey Epstein's money. Jeffrey Epstein gave money to every prominent Democrat going back 50 years. Jeffrey Epstein, I argue, was what we know as a member of the Electoral College. Jeffrey Epstein gave money to the DNC. He gave money to senators. He gave money to Chuck Schumer. He gave money to Stacey Plassick. He gave money to John Kerry in his presidential bid. Did you guys know Jeffrey Epstein held sway and influence at high levels of the Democratic Party because of his contributions? I've said that the Somalians have a line in my chat, my chat has said they use the money perfect to buy the Democratic politicians. How many times have you guys said that? How many times have you guys said that? They use the money. I saw you. I know I got the best chat. They use the money perfect to buy the Democratic politicians. They use the money perfect. The Democrats, I saw Jacob Fry speaking Somalis. When we start learning about the $1 billion fraud before protests broke out in the street, which is a Democratic ploy to distract you from the fact that Tim Walz had to bow out because Tim Walz could go to prison. Ilhan Omar could go to prison. Jacob Fry could go to prison. I said to you, did you know the Twin Cities have a Somalian mayor? No one knew that. A black female Somalian mayor. I said the Twin Cities have a Somalian senator. No one knew that. A black female Somalian senator. You cannot just talk about this with just Ilhan Omar. This is huge. This is multi-billion-dollar fraud. This is an entire community who have come here to fleece America. How many knew about the senator? Did you know that there was a, so my question is, and always has been, how the fuck do you get that much fraud when you have a fucking Somalian senator, Somalian congresswoman, and a Somalian mayor, and no one is to blame? No one is complicit? It's not plausible. That's not how crime in America works. We know for a definitive fact that Feeding Our Future benefited from the policy that Omar created. That's enough for her to get a kickback. You have not adequately told us where the $30 million come from. She was worth $50,000. Her husband was worth $50,000. Now they're worth $30 million. They're worth $30 million. You think that's a kickback? Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilmar received a kickback. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilmar Ohan got a kickback from fraudsters for creating that pipeline for them to become billionaires.
But there's just a lot of questions, particularly surrounding the winery, but the venture capital firm specifically. It's reportedly not filed with the SEC. The SEC wouldn't comment. We did reach out. They said that they wouldn't give us any information on it. But
what?
After the 2008 financial crisis, if you're managing over $100 million, then you're required to file with the SEC. Now, the website, the company itself, is a little bit ambiguous. It says that its officers previously managed billions in dollars in assets. The actual investments that they're managing right now are not listed. So that's one of the questions that you can bet the House Oversight Committee is looking into.
She going to jail. They going to jail, y'all. They going to jail. Y'all hear this shit? You're not ready. Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't make this shit up. Ladies and gentlemen, double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap. We talking about Minneapolis, Minnesota, Somalian fraud. Hey y'all, we got to keep the cursing and keep respectful in the chat. Respect the community guidelines. Guard your privacy. Welcome to the live chat. Guard your privacy and respect our community guidelines. Hey, shout out to YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. Respect the privacy, guard your privacy, and abide by our community guidelines. That means no cussing, no ad hominems attacks, and none of that evil stuff in the chat. You understand what I'm saying? Here, this is Minneapolis ICE raids target Somali fraud allegations amid protests. Double tap at the like button. We are in Minnesota. We are talking about Ilhan Omar, $30 million worth being investigated by the Trump administration. And I just gave you some background as to how she may be implicated in the Somalian fraud. Now we're going deep dive into the Somalian fraud. Who does it better? Nobody does it better. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. I said nobody does it better. Double tap at the like button. Metro Surge. Operation now is in its 3rd week. Deploys thousands of ICE agents in Somalia heavy neighborhoods like Cedar Riverside to arrest criminal immigrants. Why are we there, ladies and gentlemen? Wow, fired up, ready to go. Fired up, ready to go. Fired up. We are there to arrest criminal immigrants. We are there to arrest criminal immigrants. And it didn't even say anything about Mexican Americans. I don't know why you Mexicans, I don't know why you black people are in the street fucking with federal ICE agents. Go find something to do. Go find some business. This ain't got shit to do with you. Why are Mexican Americans and black Americans fucking with federal agents? If you fuck around and find out, that's what you deserve. We are there to arrest $9 billion fraudsters from the Somali community. Get your Mexican American and black ass out and your white liberal bodies out the damn way. Double tap at the like button. #1 podcast in the land. Metro Surge operation now in its 3rd week deploys thousands of ICE agents in where, you guys? Somali heavy neighborhoods. So when you see protests with white women and Mexican Americans and Black Panthers talking shit, I want to know, what the fuck are you doing there? It don't make no damn sense. We out for the Somali billion-dollar fraudsters, and you Mexican Americans and black dum-dums are getting in the fucking way. You fat, white, purple-haired women are getting in the way. Pam Bondi, prosecute these motherfuckers. Pam Bondi, prosecute these motherfuckers, because they are just agitators. Agitators. We're not there for white women. Can I get that in the chat? We're not there for Black American, Black Panther, Wakanda, your mama, Obama. We're not there for Eduardo, Jose, or none of you Mexicans who say. We there for $9 billion Somali fraud. Read it with me. Read it with me one time, everybody. Read it with me one time so they know why we there. Read it with me one time so they know why we there. The Metro Surge operation now in this third week. We're there. We're there. We're there. We're there in heavy, heavy, heavy Somali neighborhoods, heavy Somali neighborhoods, to arrest Somali criminal immigrants. That's why we there. Double tap at the like button. To arrest Somali criminal immigrants tied to, can we say it slow? Tied to alleged billion child care fraud. Can we get that shit in the chat? That's why we there. And I don't understand why we got Mexicans and Black Panthers protesting. Why the hell do we got Mexicans and Black Panthers out there? What the hell are you doing? What the hell is your Latino ass doing? It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Get your ass home. Get your ass to work before you end up like Renee Good and get unalived and fuck around and find out. Goodness gracious. Why do white women have to die? I love white women. There any Black conservative men in the chat who love white women? Put a 1 in the chat if you love white women. I love white women. You know, can we talk about how much we love white women real quick? You know, redhead white women, blonde, brunette white women, you know, tall, short, small, round. I love a white woman with a big ass. I love a big old white juicy ass. So, why do white women have to die for Somalian billion-dollar fraudsters? This is the thing that it's hurting Black MAGA. It's hurting Black MAGA. I don't think you guys want to hurt Black MAGA. Black MAGA love them some thicket white women, you know, and where can you find some of the thickest of the thickest of the whitest of the whitest? I would argue that Minneapolis got some thickest of the thickest. And the whitest of the whitest. So I just want to speak out real quick, station identification for all the Black conservative men and Black MAGA men. Stop killing our white women. Stop killing our white women. Nobody has to. Nobody does it better. Crowds on the man, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. Heavy, 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 heavy on the MAGA. We are, hey, Mr. Boski, heavy, heavy, heavy on the MAGA, man. Okay. We are in Minnesota to arrest Somalian immigrants tied to alleged billions in state child care fraud from non-existent enrollment exposed by investigator Nick Shirley videos. Protests have turned violent, including the fatal shooting of protester Renee Good by ICE agent and agents pulling a disabled U.S. Marine veteran from her car. While critics like Mayor Jacob Fry call it racial profiling, and celebrities such as Ellen DeGeneres and Bruce Springsteen voice outrage, DHS stresses targeting public safety threats like fugitive Somali offenders as divisions grow with lawsuits, business losses, and local frustration over crime and welfare claims in Somali community of over 100,000. Let's go. Somalian woman in Minneapolis, Minnesota, yelling about how Somalians made Minnesota. How many people would argue that this is not in America, but this is in America? Do you guys believe that this is in America? This is in America. People keep saying arrest. Let me see what I got on my board. Can y'all believe that this is in America? This is not Somalia. This is not a third world country. This is someone who benefits from welfare. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker right here has a food stamp card. You know what I'm saying? Think about what you're seeing right now. This motherfucker right here has a food stamp card. You know what I'm saying? You talking shit and not even in English, and your ass got a food stamp card. You know what I'm saying? We got the greatest country in the world. You got the greatest country in the world. This motherfucker got a food stamp card, and you wouldn't even know. It's looking like a third world country in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She is saying how many Somalians made Minnesota, but she's not even saying it in English. It's not even understandable, right? Do y'all understand what's going on out here? I got to report this shit, man. I got to report this shit so y'all can see what's going on. Ellen DeGeneres says she's praying for those in Minneapolis who were hurt just for protesting. I thought she got canceled.
And our country, really, but specifically Minneapolis right now, because it's where I shot my last stand-up special, and everybody there couldn't have been more lovely. I shot it there because they say it's the happiest city in...
That's where I shot my last stand-up special. You can always count on the Democrat liberal. You can always count on, I don't know who she live. You can always count on the Democrat liberal. That's where I shot my last special. They don't care about the victims of the Epstein. They don't care about y'all, man. I swear they don't care about your minimum wage. She came over here talking about, somebody told her today. She found out today. She found out today about Minnesota. She don't know shit about shit. And the first thing she says with her drunk, incoherent, high, bad, offending ass is about her. She makes it about, they can't even help it, y'all. They can't help it.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say I am so sorry for what is happening in Minneapolis and our country, really. But specifically Minneapolis right now, because it's where I shot my last stand-up special.
Not because someone got shot and killed. Not because somebody got shot and killed. Not because of $9 billion fraud. Because this is where I shot my last.
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to say I am so sorry for what is happening in Minneapolis and our country, really, but specifically Minneapolis right now, because it's where I shot my last stand-up special, and everybody there couldn't have been more lovely. I shot it there because they say it's the happiest city in America, and I found that to be true.
3 references to her stand-up special. That's where I shot it. I shot it there, and it's true. So not one reference to Renee Good. So I can't make this shit up. Not one reference to Renee Good. Not one reference to the Somalian fraud. 3 references to her stand-up special.
So my thoughts and my prayers are going out to everyone, and I'm proud of everyone who's protesting peacefully.
Everyone like who? Like Renee Good, who was murdered? She can't even, oh my God.
And I am sorry for anyone who has been hurt.
Such a bullshit ass video. Sorry for anyone who been hurt. She don't know nothing.
Just for protesting, for doing what you should be doing.
So protesting is what you should be doing. You should be
Anyway, I just sending love.
Shut up.
Hey, everybody.
Shut up. Shut up. Oh, you can't make this shit up. She didn't say Renee Good. She didn't say nothing, y'all. She didn't say nothing about nothing. She didn't say Somalian fraud. Oh my God. She just said, I did a special there. Anti-ICE protesters are now marching through the streets of Minneapolis. Why don't they just say white people? Why don't they just say fucking white people? Why don't they just say fucking white people? Shit. They want to say, bro, these are not, bro, these are fucking white people. Here comes the mighty ones. Put a what? What in the God? What in the chat? Put a one in the chat. Put a what? Why don't they just say white people? Put a one in the chat if this is the most hilarious, best podcast you ever seen in your life. The tee up the video, they said protesters walk through many. You know what this sound like? This sound like a white church. It sound like a Presbyterian, Episcopal. It sound like one of the white churches. You know, I like white women. We talked about how much we like white women, right? So you date these white women. It sound like a church. It sound like you saw white people. Oh God, these is all white people. This is not protesters. This is not protesters. This is the Episcopalian Democratic Liberal Church and a rock and roll pastor, and they just took a walk after Sunday school, and they decided to walk and sing the same shit that they make black people listen to when you visit their churches. Oh my God, it's hilarious. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. So please let's take a look, y'all. Do y'all see any Somalians? Do y'all see? Listen, do you hear any black voices? You can't make this shit up.
Dear ones, my dear ones, here comes our my dear ones, my dear ones, here comes the dawn.
This is why white man like Steven Crowder. Oh, hold on. I done fucked up. Hold on. I done fucked up the damn. Hold on. Oh shit. How my voice? Okay. This why white man like Steven Crowder and shit don't like white people. And yeah, shameful. This is why white men are, Republican conservative white men are embarrassed about their white. I wish this is the greatest podcast. Thank you, white people. Hashtag, hold on, let me put it in the chat. Let me put thank you, white people in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, white people. For the comedy. Thank you, white people. Let's listen to it one more time. The lack of tonality, the lack of rhythm.
Dear ones, my dear ones, here comes our my dear ones.
Is that an Indian drum? I hear an Indian drum in the background. You know, white people think they Indian. What the fuck is we watching, ladies and gentlemen? Woo! Minneapolis streets. White people that took over the street and they singing horrible music. If anything gonna stop the crime, it's gonna be this shit right here.
My dear ones, here comes the dawn.
Hear that transition? Or should I say lack of transition? Who is the choir director? Who is the choir director?
Dear ones.
Oh God, I love you all. Y'all want to sing it together. I love it. What is they saying? Does anybody know the lyrics? Can anybody wait? I need a white translator. I need one of my white MAGA deplorables. Can you translate for me, please? I don't know what they said. Oh, shit. This is the greatest. This is the greatest. This is the greatest. This is the greatest. I don't know what you laughing about. I'm out. Okay, goodbye. It's not just bye. It's bye forever. It's not just bye. It's bye forever. It's not just bye. It's bye forever. It's bye forever. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep going, man. I'm having me a good time, man. Let's keep going, man. I'm having me a good time, man. I'm having me a good time, man. Let's talk about, somebody was talking about Don Lemon. Let's go to Don Lemon. Let's go to Don Lemon.
The aunties at the front. They would have shut that down. He's not even getting in through the front door. Yeah, Don Lemon knew better than to go to a black church. He would have never tried that. It would have been a totally different scenario that would have happened. Totally different outcome. Because we don't play about stuff like that. You're not going to come in and you think he would have got an interview? Are you kidding me? He wouldn't have got past the aunties at the front. They would have shut that down. He's not even getting in through the front door. Yeah, we don't play that. In the name of Jesus, he wouldn't have got in. We're talking about dudes reformed from the streets, giving the testimony aunties never gave up on them. You're going to assert yourself into that situation, bro? I'm scared to have my phone on ring when I'm at church. It's just a different atmosphere, you know? I don't even want to say what would have happened that day, but a lot of righteous indignation would have went down. We would have righteously indignated that whole situation, shut it all down. You think he's going to lean into a black pastor?
Okay. Talk about powerful juju. Talk about powerful juju. We just trying to get some more Don Lemon news. Can't even pause the video. We heard you, brother. My people want to know about Don Lemon. I heard Don Lemon in the chat. Welcome back, Perfect Timing. What's up with you, man? Salute to you. We having a good day today. We celebrating Trump's 12th anniversary, 1 year in his second term. It's the 1 year anniversary of his second term, and we celebrating all the accomplishments, all the hard work, and we having fun while we do it. You know, we roasting the flambosting. Shout out to Mr. Boski. We roasting and flambosting at the same time as we go over the Trump accomplishments. You know what I'm saying? Double tap at the like button, everybody. We going for 1,000 likes, man. Did I knock myself out? You know, I've been in here slamming on the damn desk and everything. How am I looking, man? I've been in here slamming. I've been in here having too much fun, man. I mean, I love podcasting. I love hanging out with you guys. We've been having too much fun today. Double tap at the like button. We're going for 1,000 likes. That's the next goal. We got real close, but my next goal is 1,000 likes. I need all you guys to help me. The way we do that is you not only hit the like button, but you have to share the video with a like-minded individual, and then they come and watch, and then they hit the like button also. So double tap, hit the like button. None of them would have tried that. He ain't lying. Double tap it. That's why I showed that video. Let's go into the details about Don Lemon. Lemonhead will be charged. Let's go into the details of Don Lemonhead. Everybody double tap at the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Let's go. We had a terrific Tuesday. Meme claims Don Lemon gets Trump voter apologies, but no proof exists. The image first shared by Clown World quotes Lemon claiming people who voted for Trump approach him apologizing, no video transcript or source backs it up. Searches turn up only memes. It spread amid backlash over Lemon's role in January 18th church protests against an ICE-linked pastor, now under DOJ probe. While polls show Trump holding strong support from his base, users mock the claim as pure fiction. Don Lemon. People are... Just when you thought Don Lemon couldn't sink any lower, he is licking the abyss right now. Let's see. So Don Lemon, I guess Don Lemon was part of an ICE protest that went to a church where the pastor is an ICE agent and pro-Trump, which we are here. So let's take a look and let's see what we can get for the audience.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though. We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So, but there were folks who will say, I have to take care of my flock. Okay, but listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest. We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ. I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though. We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about. Do you think Jesus would be understanding we're about and love these folks? We're about spreading the love of Jesus. But did you try to talk to them? As a no Christian? One is willing to talk. Okay. I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building. You don't want us to unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship. I'm always worship. I'm a Christian. We're here to worship. Yeah. We're here to worship. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What do you think of this?
What do y'all think in the chat? Put a one in the chat. Should Don Lemon be arrested? I do agree that Don Lemon should be arrested, man. He should be prosecuted. This is unacceptable, man. You know, it's God and country over here, man. We Christian conservatives over here, man. The reason why we vote Republican, a lot of people think that, you know, today I seen a lot of trolls in the chat. A lot of people think we vote Republican because it's popular. No, I vote Republican. I do my podcast. I believe I'm successful in my podcast because it's genuine. I was raised a Southern Baptist. Don Lemon is full of shit. I was raised a Southern Baptist. My grandmother's a Christian conservative. She owned a business. She was a business owner and an employer. She had employees. She had to pay payroll. She had to pay taxes. She paid her tithes. My grandmother was a major tither in our church. I don't believe our church could have stayed open and been prosperous without people like my grandmother. And people don't pay tithes like that anymore. But you know how strict she had to be with her finances in order to be a cheerful giver to God and to her church. So she wasn't about giving away money. She wasn't about welfare. She wanted to decide as an American Christian conservative how she did give her money, not letting liberals take her money and then liberals tell her how they're going to spend her money and then lie about where they spent her money on. No, she believed in I get to keep my money as a Christian conservative, and she tied it heavy at her church. So when you see me talking about my MAGA conservative principles, it's because unlike Don Lemon, I don't believe Don Lemon is a Christian conservative. I don't believe Don Lemon was raised Baptist, Southern Baptist like me by a strong Christian grandmother that gave me conservative Christian values. Right? You know what I'm saying? The reason we vote Republican is because some of us have great upbringings and had great parents and grandparents who took us to Sunday school. My grandmother bought me penny loafers. My grandmother, we just passed Martin Luther King Day. That was a big day in Black church. A big day in Black churches, Martin Luther King Day, Easter. Pastors call you CNE, Christmas and Easter. Some people only come to church on Christmas and Easter and Martin Luther King Day. Big day. I remember being in church on Martin Luther King Day, and some people I hadn't seen in church for months, but they came to church on Martin Luther King Day, right? So I grew up in Black conservative circles. with wealthy black people in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Francisco Bay Area, Northern California. So not only Christian conservative, but business owners, homeowners, wealthy blacks who tied it. When you look at black wealth in the 80s and the 90s, and people talk about where this black renaissance and golden era of the 90s, well, it was because we went to church. It was because we put family and God first and conservative value. Black people, black Americans were conservative. If you go back to the 80s and the 90s, we didn't dress like this. We didn't dance in the street and act a fool. My grandmother wouldn't allow me to act a fool in the street, be dancing in the street. If I was outside acting a fool, someone would tell my grandmother. We were extremely conservative in the black community. You couldn't wear jeans. You had to wear pants. I remember the first time my mother had a mini skirt. To speak to conservative, because so many people today came in the chat saying he's black, he should be Democrat and liberal. I'm like, to me, the perversion is you not understanding that black people like me are inherently Christian conservative. I remember when my mother got a miniskirt, her very first, she was grown. I was damn near 10 years old. She never owned a miniskirt in her life. In her life. Her son, she's a grown-ass woman with her first miniskirt. Christian concern. She couldn't wear it to church. I mean, now we just had a pastor and his wife in a see-through dress, a see-through miniskirt at a Christian, because the Christians are Democrats and liberals now, right? So they can have gay pastors and all this gay shit, and you could have a black woman with fake hair with a fake ass and a see-through miniskirt. But my mama at 10 years old had her first miniskirt, and I'll be good god darn if she would have wore that miniskirt to church. Like earlier, that black man said Don Lemon wouldn't have, if my mother, and this, let me hit the laugh track. If my mother would have tried to wear that miniskirt to church, my grandmother, who was still living at the time, would have broke her legs. I mean, literally in the church. Would have broke her legs. She did not wear that miniskirt, and today, and they wonder why Drewski is making fun of the black church. They wonder why Drewski is making fun of the black church, because you have a preacher's wife in a see-through miniskirt. When in the 80s and the 90s, blacks were Christian conservative, and my mother didn't even have a miniskirt until I was 10 years old, and she wasn't allowed to wear it to church. There were no miniskirts in church in the 90s, let alone a see-through dress. There were no gays. There were none of the liberal things in the Christian conservative church in the 90s. And that's why you had black wealth, black prosperity, because you had black conservatism, right? And you had the tide. You know, I went to a church, they would print how much you gave to the church. So you had to have a job. Your children had to be well dressed on Sunday morning. Your children had to be well groomed. You had to comb your black daughter's hair, no weave. You had to comb with a hot comb your black daughter's hair. Your son had to be well groomed and wear a tie to church. This is not 1,000 years ago. This is me. I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about 1,000 years ago. I'm talking about me as a child. Spiegel's Boys Catalog, penny loafers, Kotler suits, London Fog. That's why I'm Republican. That's why I don't care about the trolls, because I love and I miss and I honor my grandmother. Barack Obama honors his grandmother, and I promise you, Barack Obama's white grandmother, who rose to be a president of a bank, was not a fucking Democrat. Ding, 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 ding. Barack Obama's white grandmother, who he respects, who rose to be the president of a bank, I promise you, she sounds a lot like my grandmother, and they were not Democrats. You don't go from a teller to the president of a bank as a white woman as a Democrat. That never gets talked about. conservative values. Barack Obama deported more people than Trump. Barack Obama had more kills than Trump. Let's play this one more time. This is Don Lemon accosting a pastor after ICE protesters broke into Sunday service.
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So,
but there were folks who will.
I have to take care of my flock.
But listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yes. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
So in the chat, people said the FACE Act. The FACE Act, Freedom of Access to Clinic Interests Act of 1994, a U.S. federal law protecting access to reproductive health care facilities and places of worship by making it illegal to use force, threats, or physical obstruction to interfere with people seeking or providing services at these locations. Let me put that in the chat right there, right? Let's put that in the chat, right? Let's put that in the chat, right? So people know that we do real work here, huh? Or prevent religious worship. I say W chat. Can I say W chat? I got the best chat. I got the best chat. Come on now. Let me just get my, can I copy this and put this in the chat? Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Google. I got the best chat. W chat. I got the best chat. W chat. Let me put that out there. Best chat in the business. Who got the best chat in the business? W chat. Who got the best chat in the business? We're reading the FACE Act right here. I didn't even know what the FACE Act was. I'll be honest. I'm learning. I learn from my chat every day. I learn from my chat every day. Who is saying these horrible things in the chat? Who is saying these horrible things in the chat? Right? Yeah. The FACE Act, you are correct to bring that up. You are correct to bring that up. Thank you. You are correct to bring that up. We got some evil people in the chat. Let me get these evil people out of here. Thank you for bringing up the FACE Act. Hi. Thank you for bringing up the FACE Act. Here we go. So it says here, physical obstruction to interfere with people seeking and providing services at these locations to prevent religious worship. Yeah, Don Lemon is guilty. It's even right here. MAGA calls for Don Lemon to be arrested under FACE Act after Minnesota church. What y'all think? I think Don Lemon did violate the FACE Act. He said, and I believe that was dangerous. It's kind of like you put the pastor in a dangerous situation. So we just read the FACE Act. Thank you to my chat. And so Don Lemon was part of a protest that interrupted the people's ability of America. Now we have freedom of religion. This is what Marxist and socialist manifestations look like to me. When I hear people say I'm socialist, I'm Marxist, to me, this is what I see. I see them using their ideologies to disrupt this democracy in America and not caring about disrupting democracy in America, right? We have a freedom to assemble. We have a freedom of religion. And this is them taking your freedom and your rights. That's why the FACE Act exists. Why is this important, everybody? Why is this important that you have a freedom to assemble? This is a right. These are constitutional rights. They think they get to interrupt your constitutional rights. And he talking about where it's America and we have a right. What you violating their rights to freely assemble and worship whatever God. Imagine in America if you could interrupt somebody for worshiping whatever God they chose to worship. Imagine that. It wouldn't be America. Muslims get to go to the mosque. Catholics get to go to the cathedral. Christians get to go to church.
But there were folks who will.
I have to take care of my flock.
But listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to.
So he doesn't understand. He said there's a constitution in the First Amendment. You're actually violating their constitutional rights. We just read it. You're actually violating their constitutional rights. It's a freedom of religion, a freedom to assembly. And we just read the FACE Act, where you have a right and the freedom to assemble and worship your God. That's what makes this country so great. That even if we disagree with Islam, you get to come here and you get to go to your mosque. And nobody in America, it would be illegal for somebody to go into a mosque and interrupt the mosque. You cannot do that. They have a freedom of religion. Double tap at the like button. They have a freedom of religion. The Catholic Church, when they go to mass, you cannot interrupt Catholic mass, right? They have a freedom of religion. You cannot interrupt Christians as they worship their God. This is America. And every time liberals throw away democracy, throw away the Constitution, and their perverted efforts to push their monarchy on us, say Latin X, say them and they, say this and gay, and all this shit. And throw away the Constitution. Bullshit.
Freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yes. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to
unless you're here to worship. Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here.
And he thinks that's funny, you guys. He laughs and he thinks that's funny. I don't think that's very Christian. I don't think that's very Christian. Double tap, hit the like button. He laughed and he think that's funny. I don't think that's very Christian. What y'all think? We just did a little Don Lemon. He laughed and he think that's funny. Should Don Lemon be arrested for violating the FACE Act? I say yes. We just read the FACE Act. In case you didn't know, FACE Act in 1994 says you have a right to legally assemble and worship whatever God that you choose to worship. That's what makes it America, brothers and sisters. That's what makes it America. It's not America if you can't worship who you want to worship, right? It's not America if you can't worship who you want to worship, right? I don't get it, man. What's our next story, you guys? What's our next story? So we did Omar, Trump 1 year anniversary. Trump 1 year anniversary. Trump 1 year anniversary. That's what we getting into. Trump 1 year anniversary, border secure, no more Biden chaos. If Dems keep impeding troops, MAGA Greenland strategy, level bold, quick break, smash the subscribe for more conservative news today. Comment ICE out forever or back to blue. Top ones get red. Let's go into Trump. Trump's administration marked January 20th, the anniversary, with claims of golden age, pointing to 80% drop in border encounters. How we looking, man? Let me make sure we looking good in the headphones. Let me make sure we looking good in the headphones, man. Let me make sure we looking good. Y'all got to tell me y'all can't see it, man. There's a layout 2 and layout 4. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's get to it, man. Let's read it together, man. Let's read it together, man. Trump administration marked the January 2026 anniversary with claims of golden age, pointing to 80% drop in border encounters, 440,000 in fiscal 2025, falling gas prices from $3.10 to $2.90. Put in the chat right now how much you're paying for gas. Inflation at 2.7. Now remember, today is let me get some tea. Woo! Today is Terrific Tuesdays, and they predicted inflation to be at 7 to 8%. Under tariffs, inflation came in under 3%. Inflation was 3%, came in 2.7%. Despite predictions from economists and all the Trump naysayers who say, tariffs is a tag, tariffs is a tag, tariffs is a tag. Inflation came in at 2.7. Strong GDP growth above 4%. Supporters highlighted 622,000 deportation, 80% criminals, 622,000 deportation, 80% criminals, drug prices cut like Ozempic from $1,000 to $350 monthly, and 15% S&P 500% raise. But critics noted crypto declines and protests over immigration. Polls showed Trump's approval at 42 to 45%, with 50 to 55 to 58% calling the year a failure amid affordability concerns as midterms near. A year ago today, I was entrusted to serve our country. Once again, being the first lady is not just a privilege, it's a profound responsibility. This is Melania, first lady. Let's take a listen to what she got to say. Oh, is there any it's just pictures look like morning prayer, Capitol arrival, oath and admission. This is day one. Inauguration luncheon, honor guard review, Capitol departure, inaugural parade. 1 year ago today, man. Donald Trump, greatest president, man. 1 year ago today. 1 year in Trump. 1 year in Trump. Let's take a look. Yeah, no music, man. No music, man. No music. Just a fucking video, bro. Just a fucking video, bro. No music, man. No music. No music. 1 year wins and accomplishments, man. What you got? Time magazine. This look like some shit with some music too.
So help me God. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Trump.
And you know they do that shit on purpose, y'all. Y'all know they do this shit with the music in the background on purpose. They don't give a fuck, man. They do that shit with the music in the background on purpose, bro.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John.
1 year review.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Please raise.
Congratulations, Mr. President, man. 1 year in review, man. Double tap at the like button. 1 year in review. Donald Trump sworn in as the 47th president. We see.
I, Donald John, protect and
1 year in review, baby. 1 year in review. Greatest president, greatest second term ever, man. Greatest president, greatest second term ever, man. 1 year ago, President Trump was sworn in. Double tap at the like button, man. Let's go to Greenland. Let's get into Greenland. Let's get into what Trump said about. I don't know why I always save Greenland for last. I know a lot of people be wanting me to get to Greenland first. It's just that the MAGA red meat be first, man. It be MAGA red meat. But the Greenland issue, man, is hot for me because I'm the one who first was talking about NATO and how NATO was talking about us. So let me get this Greenland report. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. We're going into the Greenland. We're going into the Greenland segment. You know what I'm saying? Trump's Greenland masterstroke humiliating EU. Trump's Greenland masterstroke humiliating EU. Double tap at the like button. We're going into Trump Greenland masterstroke. Double tap hit the like button. MAGA Greenland strategy. Double tap hit the like button. Finally, Greenland Trump tariffs 10 to 25% on EU weaklings, 200% on French wine. Von der Leyen Davos rant got standing ovations from elites, but Trump AI video of U.S. flags on Greenland. Epic troll. Macron's leaked text cry more. This secures Greenland rare earth minerals against Russia/China. Only 20% oppose. Polls are fake. MAGA Greenland strategy. Arctic domination. Rare earth versus Russia/China. Arctic dominance. Resources for EVs. Defense. EU's $5 billion defense pledge. Too late. Too short. Trump's checkmating them. Ties to Trump anniversary 2026 wins. America first. Foreign policy crushing globalists. Your takes on the Greenland push, Omar probe, and ice raids in the chat right now. Let's go back. Let's go back to the Greenland. Let's get you this Greenland expose up right now. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. We're going into this Greenland where Trump has been saying, let's go, baby, let's go. Double tap at the like button. Like, share, subscribe.
What he says are private messages from European leaders concerned over his threats to annex Greenland. The message from French President Emmanuel Macron: I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte tells Trump he is committed to finding a way forward on Greenland.
So here it is. Trump released some messages right here. Let me see if I can make this larger. I don't know if, let me see. It's not letting me enlarge it here. Let me see. I can't make this larger. Nah, we can't make. I don't understand what you're doing on Greenland. I am committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. I may be able to bring up those true socials in a minute. Let's keep going. Fair use. Where we reacting?
Meantime, Trump gets a face-to-face with the two leaders tomorrow in Davos for the World Economic Forum. He and his team expressing optimism and urging leaders to calm down in the face of his threats.
I don't think they're going to push back too much. Look, we have to have it. They have to have this done. They can't protect it.
We've always been able to work through our differences calmly as friends. We will continue to do that. I want to assure you this morning that that is still the case.
Calm down the hysteria. Take a deep breath.
But Denmark has a strong warning for the president.
We will, of course, defend Greenland. If there is an invasion by American troops, it would be a war, and we would be fighting against each other. We know that the Americans are stronger than us, and you have a much stronger military than ours, but it is our duty to defend our land and our people.
Joining me now in the group chat, Zach Wolf.
Now, this is the part I've been pissed about. After all that investment in the Ukraine, $300 billion after all the bloodshed and every time spent. This is why we voted for Trump, America first. Trump took us out of the Paris Climate Accords, and then Biden put us back in. No one understood how NATO truly feels about us, and Trump explained in the first term, we don't benefit from aligning ourselves with EU economically. We should not be in the Paris Climate Accords. Trump took us back out. Trump said to NATO's, if you don't pay more money, we are leaving NATO, and people thought Trump was putting us in danger. They had no idea the true nature of NATO and how they feel about the American people and what they're truly concerned. Did you hear what they said? They will go to war with America. What type of alliance is that? What type of y'all? And then think about it. Biden and Kamala told you to be afraid of Putin. Putin never said he would go to war with you. Is this motherfucking microphone on? Putin never said he would go to war with you. Putin never said what Davos, Denmark, and these motherfucking EU allies are saying. I never heard that from Putin. I never heard that from China. I never heard this is fucking NATO allies saying they will go to war. They will go to war. Do you believe this? And on top, the reason we're supposed to be there is the Golden Dome, which will protect their ass. Let's get back to the reports.
CNN Politics senior writer Chuck Rocha, a Democratic strategist and former senior advisor to the Bernie Sanders presidential campaigns, and Kristen Soltis Anderson, CNN political commentator and Republican strategist and pollster. So a couple developments this morning. I believe that Mike Johnson actually addressed the UK Parliament, vowing to calm tensions. I want to play this for you because he also went on Nigel Farage's show and was asked directly about the pursuit of Greenland and what Trump is doing. And Farage is, of course, known as being an ally of Trump. So here's what happened.
This is the biggest fracture in our relationship between our two countries since Suez in 1956. This is serious. And you're here about to speak before Parliament. I mean, is there nothing that can be done here?
Well, I'm here to encourage our friends and calm the situation. Look, I think we're going to get beyond this little rift. I don't think it's a threat to NATO or to this special relationship that we have in the long run.
Which kind of flies against these texts that have been released.
Fuck NATO. Can I get a hashtag in the chat? Fuck NATO. That's the Brexit guy, right? Do you hear the tone? After everything we've done for the EU, that's the Brexit guy from Britain. So now we got Denmark, we got EU, we got Macron. This is not about Greenland. This is about them being pissed that they won't benefit from the Ukraine-Russia peace agreement. They're pissed that America and Russia is going to make all the money from the Ukraine. They're pissed that America is going to benefit from the Israeli peace agreement, and they want a peace. So they're pissing and moaning. Macron, France, and the EU are pissed that Putin will be part of the G8. Excuse me. The restrictions will be removed, and that American companies will benefit from the oil and gas in the Ukraine, and that France, even though they didn't put $300 billion, even though they don't have blood, sweat, and tears involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, this is all smoke and mirrors because them motherfuckers is pissed because Donald Trump is the greatest fucking president and making sure America comes first in these peace agreements. That's why they pissed. Let's keep going.
What did you notice in the text?
Well, first of all, Mike Johnson, little rift, he sounds completely different than the president on
right.
this.
And so does Bessent.
Yeah, I mean, they are saying something completely different. In those text messages, I thought it was interesting. Why would Trump release these? They were showing the little rift that Mike Johnson was talking about. They also kind of showed, and maybe this is what he was trying to do, the sort of deference that the world leaders are showing him. Macron, let's do dinner on Thursday and talk this out, kind of a thing. So Trump is showing that they're still being nice to him and coming to him. But that was a head scratcher. Like,
yeah,
what is he at?
Well, it shows them, I think, Macron, who actually has spoken quite.
The reason he's showing the text right now, they're trying to play stupid as to why would Trump release the text messages. I believe he wants people like me to continue to do these podcasts and educate the American people as to how NATO really feels about America. Because so many Americans are delusional about what the fuck NATO is and how NATO actually feels about America. And if they're truly allies, how much money is being spent, how much blood, tears, and effort is spent on protecting and holding up this NATO relationship, and for what? This is the first time I think American people are learning, and for what? What do we get out of this NATO alliance? America truly doesn't need NATO. That's why Trump threatened them. If America needed NATO and benefited from NATO in the way that NATO benefits from America, why did Trump threaten NATO and say, we will leave if you don't pay your fair share? We don't need NATO. NATO needs us. And they're pissed about the Ukraine peace agreement. They're pissed about the Israeli peace agreement. And I have said from the first time, just like with Venezuela, we are keeping the fucking oil. Can I get that in the chat? Hashtag we keeping the fucking oil. See, these are other major players in geopolitics. They don't like the fact that Trump is going around the monopoly board and securing all this resource and power, resource and power, resource and power, resource and power. They don't like it. Venezuela is power. Greenland is power. The Gulf of America is power. The largest oil reserves globally. The largest gold reserves globally. Huh? The precious minerals in Greenland, they don't like America, who is already the most powerful country, getting more resources and power. Wait a minute. Perfect. Don't forget about the Ukraine. Wait a minute. Perfect. Don't forget about the Gaza Strip. Don't forget about the development going on in Gaza that some people are upset about, and how America will profit from the revitalization of the Gaza Strip. Yeah, we're going to make motherfucking money. Yeah, we're going to make motherfucking money. Don't forget about the oil in the Ukraine, huh? Don't forget about the money we're going to make in the Ukraine. Yeah, we're going to make motherfucking money. There's another side though. Why is France, EU, and NATO pushing back on the peace agreements? They're not spending $300 billion in the Ukraine. They're not dying. Trump just said 25,000 people are dying every day. Why don't Macron and France want peace? Why don't? Because they're not benefiting in these peace agreements. They want a piece of the motherfucking pie. They want a piece of the motherfucking pie. You guys didn't know what was going on, did you? You think this is about liberal bullshit? No. It's about Trump securing resources which equal power for America in the form of Venezuelan oil, in the form of Greenland material. Do you guys understand what's going on? And France and the EU is having a hissy fit, watching him do that, knowing that Biden would have shared, knowing that Biden would allow France in the EU to suckle at the teat of Venezuela and get more from these Israeli and Europe and Russian deals. They are pissed that a Democrat is not in office. Imagine if Kamala was president. They would have been able to walk all over Kamala. Macron and them would have pissed and shit on Kamala, and she would have gave up the King Castle. We have to fight and be steadfast in 2026 and 2028, because these weak Democrats, these purple-haired protesters, will give up the keys to the kingdom. They will allow these motherfuckers to benefit and suckle from the teat of Venezuela. I say no. Put a 1 in the chat if you say no. I say no. Put a 1 in the chat if you say no. I say we keep the oil. I say we keep the oil.
Strongly saying that, hey, maybe Europe should use its own economic nuclear option to kind of go after the U.S. What do you guys see in how this is playing out now that they've actually landed in Europe and actually have to have these conversations face to face, Kristen?
I mean, to me, it is baffling on a number of levels. It's deeply unpopular. It's even not that popular with Trump's own base, the idea of engaging in military activity in Greenland. But what it really is,
I think it's popular. They just get up here and say all type of stupid shit. We think it's pop. We want Greenland. We want Venezuela. We want the peace agreement with Russia that benefits America and Russia. We want the peace agreement with Israel that benefits Israel and America. You are smoking. You are full of shit. And you know what else? The Venezuelan people wanted us to get Maduro out of there. Let's keep going.
I think, is Donald Trump, his real estate guy, I want to acquire territory and assets, is coming out in full force.
I think the Democrats think you're fucking stupid. Anybody listening to this should be pissed off. Anybody listening to this damn idiot speak should be pissed off if you're a Democrat. She is minimalizing this geopolitical issue down to fucking real estate. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? She doesn't talk about the Golden Dome. She doesn't talk about these peace agreements. She doesn't talk about the unstable Brexit EU. She goes to some fucking stupid shit because she knows Democrats are fucking idiots. Can you guys believe this shit?
I think he thinks that these like tough mafia style tactics are how you negotiate a better deal. But I'm really glad to see that at least right now, I mean, this in some ways feels a little reminiscent of Trump's first term, when he would say and do things, and there were like a number of adults in the room that would be like, let's maybe not do that. We actually haven't seen as much of that this term.
The adults, or
well, the attempt from within his own party, his own cabinet to try to constrain or contain him. And that's what this feels like. They are realizing this one is way too.
I think she don't even know what she's talking about, brothers and sisters. I don't think she even knows the topic. I don't think she knows the relevance and the pertinency of Greenland and what we're doing at all. I don't think she's even going to speak to Denmark and what NATO has said, what the EU has said, and engaging us in a war. It sounds like she doesn't, like she's very attractive, but that's about it.
Too far.
And the American electorate coming up less than a year from the midterms are kind of where Macron is. They kind of would understand Venezuela. Dictator seems bad. Taking rid of a dictator seems okay. Maybe Iran.
Maybe. Biden doubled down. Biden called him a dictator. Biden put down the 25 million. Biden sanctioned the oil tanker. This is why Donald Trump won 15 million, 17 million for fake news. This is why Donald Trump won 15 million, 17 million for fake news. What do you mean? The American people maybe can understand Maduro's a dictator. Maybe because Biden said he was a dictator. Maybe because Biden put 25 million on his head. Maybe because Biden spoke to the duly elected president that Trump just had released from prison because Maduro arrested him as a political prisoner. What about Maria, who got a Nobel Peace Prize? Maria gave her Nobel Peace Prize to Trump. Maduro was trying to assassinate Maria. Maduro was trying to assassinate Maria. And CIA got her out of the Venezuela. And then recently over the weekend, she gave her Nobel Peace Prize to President Trump.
Seems bad. Seems Iran has done bad things before, but Greenland?
Yeah,
that's where the American public is.
The CNN polling.
That's because bullshit reports like this are not educating the American people on the relevance of Greenland. Can you guys at least speak to why? I haven't heard the Golden Dome mentioned one time.
Showing that independents, something like 82% oppose the Greenland conversation.
And we're not talking about gas and groceries and regular things as we move towards the summer.
I want to play one more thing for you. Don Bacon, who's been on a roll since, he's in a YOLO situation. He was saying that he is, of course, very against this. And here's how far he went.
One way or the other way, whether it's even Republican control or if it's Democrat control, after November, I think it would lead to impeachment. I think it's invading ally, to me, is a high crime and misdemeanor. And we have a treaty. We have the NATO agreement and it would be basically severing this whole agreement.
America first! 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 Do you hear this clown? Do you hear this clown? America first. They're not talking about any of the geopolitical aspects of this debate. They just go right to the Democratic red meat. It's just the most idiotic shit I've ever seen. Nothing about the geopolitical ramifications and aspects to this, nuances to this fucking debate. Nothing.
Ally, to me, is a high crime and misdemeanor.
Fuck NATO! Fuck NATO!
Treaty. We have the NATO agreement and it would be.
Y'all, some of y'all just got here. They didn't see the other video where I played what NATO said they would go to war with America. Last week when I played Denmark, that said we pick EU, we pick Greenland, we pick Denmark. NATO been saying fuck us the whole time, and they have been fucking us monetarily. Huh? NATO didn't give a fuck about us when we were paying the lion's share, when we gave $300 billion to Ukraine to protect their fucking ass.
Basically severing this whole agreement and invading an ally, a democracy. It's immoral, it's wrong.
I guess he's just saying it on the way out.
Invading. We are not invading, just like we didn't invade Venezuela. We didn't put the bounty on Maduro. We didn't up it to 25 million. We didn't put the sanctions on the oil tankers. We did not issue the deportation orders, lady. All of my MAGA knights and deplorables, we did not issue 600,000 deportees. All those deportation orders were issued by Biden. Those deportation orders were issued by Biden. Just like Biden sanctioned the oil tanker. Biden knew Venezuela was selling oil to Hezbollah. Biden knew Venezuela was working with ISIS. He didn't do shit. Biden knew Maduro was a dictator. He put 25 million on his head. Why would Biden do that? Why would Biden put 25 million on Maduro's head? Iran is bad. Have you seen the Iranian people praising Trump? Have you seen the Iranian people praising Trump? Have you seen the Venezuelan criminal people who have been released as political prisoners praising Trump, crying tears in their eyes? And they're up here with a fucking cowboy hat.
I just want to say something quick before folks give commentary on this so everybody at home understands who Don Bacon is. There's only 3 congressional races in America that a Republican currently occupies that Kamala Harris won, and this guy's in one of them, and he's retiring.
Joining us now live from Paris is CNN senior international correspondent Melissa Bell. Melissa, give us a sense of what the dialogue appears to be between Trump and Macron. It seems that that relationship is souring.
That's right. First of all, the idea of that meeting tomorrow in Davos, Rahel, of the American president with a number of those European leaders involved in the defense of Greenland promises to be pretty frosty. And you love to be in a corner of that room to hear the tone, because in the meantime, there is no suggestion that either side is backing down of the question of the future of Greenland, nor of the question of tariffs and retaliatory tariffs on the part of the Europeans. Instead, what you've had is this war of words this morning between the French and American presidents. Long gone are the days of the bromance. It seems it isn't simply on the question of Greenland and the tariffs and the countermeasures being prepared by Europe, but on the question of the Council for Peace, that you'll remember President Trump sent invitations out to 60 or so world leaders over the course of the weekend to try and oversee the reconstruction of Gaza, but in a sort of enlarged format, that it would see it sort of rival the UN in terms of its ability to try and ensure peace in different parts of the world. We understand that the French president, amongst others, have declined the invitation to join this Board of Peace, an invitation, by the way, also extended to the Russian president.
Now remember what I just said. Now, ding, ding, ding. Remember what I just said. I said to you, this was not about Greenland. Where my sister Tammy at? Shout out to Saltwater Life's holding down the chat. I said to you, this was not about Greenland. Huh? This is not about Greenland. This is about the Ukraine deal and how the money and the resources get chopped up. This is about the Israeli-Gaza peace deal and how the money when you play Monopoly, when we talk about geopolitics, I know a lot of people don't get it. Saltwater, Mr. Bolsky, I know they don't get it because they don't understand why Trump does what he does. When Trump dropped those bombs in Iran, now look what we got in Iran. No one understands geopolitics, brothers. They just don't get it, and I promise you they don't get it. They're not talking about the right shit when it comes down to this shit. The issue is Trump is one of the first presidents that we've had in a long time. Strategy is everything. Trump is the first person that understands this resources game, and he's the first American president who's actually played the game aggressively in 50 years. He's the first American president in 50 years who's put America back on the global competition stage, right? And now has said to the rest of the world, we are competing against you. We are in competition. We no more free ride, EU, no more free ride, China, and everyone is pissing and moaning. The part that is fucked up and perverse is that Americans are on the side of the people who have been ripping us off. All Trump is saying that America now wants and needs to compete. Our wages are stagnant. The American worker is suffering. The children can't afford homes. You hear Tucker Carlson talk about it all the time, but what the fuck are we going to do about it? So we have to compete on the global scale. Does that mean fuck Europe? Yes, it does. It means we want more than Europe. It means fuck Europe. We're going to give you a higher tariff because now we're in competition. We weren't competing with you before. But now we're in competition. So yes, we're going to threaten Europe with tariffs. We're going to threaten China with tariffs. Everybody, because now America is competing again. For a long time, we haven't been competing. And the result of that is your life has suffered. For the past 20 years of Democratic rule, America hasn't competed. This liberal socialist bullshit has taken hold in America as a trick. It's all been a trick bag to get your quality of life to stay stagnant, while other people like Chinese live a better life than you. They are richer than you. They live a better life than you. Your life became stagnant over the last 20, 30 years. We voted for Trump. Trump is a revolution. Trump is saving the American country. We voted for Trump because some of us understood this, that we have not been competitive till 1996. Remember, I played Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, who understood the trade war and the trade deficit going back to 1996 with these 2% tariffs. What do I say to everyone when they start to talk that shit? What was the tariffs before Trump came in and said to the world, America is no longer on the bench? America is no longer going to let you dunk on them anymore because we feel sorry for being white and being rich and being powerful. No more feeling sorry for being white, rich, and powerful. Fucking Americans, fuck the rest of the world. We are going to fucking compete. That's what's happening. And they are crying and they are shitting and they are pissed. Yes, fuck them. The tariffs is competition. The tariffs say American companies first. Fuck your company. Fuck your country. The tariffs say American wages first. Fuck your company. Fuck your country. Fuck your goods. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Keep your cheap goods in China. Keep your cheap goods in EU. Fuck your goods. Fuck your country. American workers first. We are competing. We are raising your tariffs because we don't want your shit anymore. And we want to put our wages first. We are competing for the first time in 50 fucking years. And the fucking American Democrat don't even know what the fuck is going on. You are asleep at the fucking wheel. You are asleep at the fucking wheel. We haven't competed globally for 50 fucking years. 2% tariffs since 1996. The truth of what's going on is that we are competing now, and they are pissed. That's what the truth is.
Response to that, you heard the American president threaten the French with 200% tariffs on their wines and champagne. So no suggestion that these threats of tariffs being used as a tool for international diplomacy is going anywhere, nor indeed that you can expect the European response to be anything other than frosty by the time the leaders meet tomorrow in Davos. On the question of Greenland, what we're seeing is a reinforcement of troops on the part of the Danes, largely symbolic, but certainly as a strong signal to Washington that Europeans intend to stand firm on the future of the Arctic island. And in terms of those retaliatory tariffs, we'll see European leaders meet here in Brussels on Thursday to discuss the transatlantic relationship and its souring nature, even as they consider the weight of their countermeasures. We understand also that President Macron had extended the American president an invitation for a G7 summit here in Paris on Thursday as well. So ratcheted up have these tensions become in the hope, and that was the message of the sense of the message that Emmanuel Macron sent to the American president overnight, then published by President Trump, the idea that on Greenland there could be no agreement, but that on a number of other issues there was the possibility to work together, and that dialogue was essential even as this tension continues to mount. Rahel.
Yeah, House Speaker Mike Johnson emphasizing that dialogue is possible moving forward. We will see. Melissa Bell in Paris. Melissa, thank you.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you
It's so easy. Is it easy? Is it easy? I tell you, it's not easy. Despite what that clown just said, it's not easy. Right? It's not easy at all. Macron has something to say. Let's hear what Macron had to say. We are dealing with some clown shit. When it comes to Europe, we are really dealing with some clown shit. When we talk about Macron and Zelensky and NATO, and we have been kept in the dark on this clown shit. We have really been kept in the dark on this clown shit. Let me bring up Macron. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me bring up Macron response. NATO needs America, and we don't need them. And we don't need them. Fuck NATO, fuck France, fuck the EU. And look at this motherfucker with his shades on. In the daytime on the inside. Do you guys see this shit?
I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy things is that we can be put in the situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-a-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy.
World leaders assembling right now in Davos, Switzerland for the annual World.
So this is crazy, is what Macron is saying.
Twist by leaking this private message from the French president, Emmanuel Macron. And I'm quoting now, my friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland, end quote. And just a short time ago at the forum, Macron criticized President Trump's policies. Listen.
Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum.
I was right. I was right. I was right. Competition from America that undermine. Didn't I just say this not about Greenland? Didn't I just say this was about the Israeli peace agreement and the Ukraine peace agreement and how America will benefit? This is about Venezuela. I told you this ain't about no goddamn Greenland. Shit.
Criticized President Trump's policies. Listen.
Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand.
I said we competing. I said it's competition. I said it's competition. They don't want competition from America. They want to win, but they have been winning with low tariffs. They have been winning with the EU. They have been winning with the NATO. How we pay money more than them. They win. No more. Shit. Wake up, you damn purple hair protester.
Maximum concessions and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Now do you guys, everybody who said tariffs is a tax, I wish we could put you in jail. Everyone who says tariffs is a tax, I wish we could arrest you. Because he's not pissed because the dumb liberal Americans think tariffs are a tax, you dummies. He's pissed because he understands what tariffs are a weapon. Hello? This is the best evidence. This is the best evidence for a Democrat who don't know shit about geopolitics, who don't know shit about economics, who've only heard on fucking CNN that tariffs are a tax. They've never done any reading. They've never done any fucking research. All they've heard is Rachel Maddow say tariffs are a tax. Do you think Macron is pissed at tariffs because of the monetary burden they pose to the American public? I'm asking again. Answer me, goddammit! Do you think Macron is pissed at tariffs because of the monetary fucking expenses to the American people, you fucking troll fucks. Hit the like button, 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 hit the like button. Tariffs are a tax. Who pays the tariffs? You think he gives a fuck? You think he gives a fuck about how it monetarily affects you? He's pissed about the tariffs because America wants to compete, because it elevates competition. Isn't that capitalism? You don't want to compete, Macron. So what are you saying, that France has had an advantage? France technically hasn't been competing. We've been allowing France and the EU to win and bend us over. Is that what you're saying? And you're upset that we don't want to bend over for you anymore. Is that what it is, Macron? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is.
Let's go live right now to CNN's Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Kevin, the president speaks tomorrow at the Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. Do we know what his message will be?
You know, heading into this summit, the White House has said that the president would use this address to talk about the United States' economic resurgence, in his view, to talk about this question of affordability. But clearly, this entire summit up in the Swiss Alps is now gaining a new degree of urgency as these European leaders rush to try and get in front of President Trump to talk him down off of these Greenland threats, or at least to gain some sense of understanding of what exactly his ambitions are. And you saw that in that text message from the French president, Emmanuel Macron, even inviting President Trump to Paris for an emergency G7 summit after Davos to try and get a better understanding of what the president is trying to do here. And you know, those remarks from Macron earlier today were really kind of remarkable. He's talking about a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, talking about imperial ambitions. He's not talking necessarily about Russia or China here. He's talking about the United States, a staunch U.S. ally, which I think just gives you a sense of this moment that the president seems.
So we are an ally as long as we let them screw us over. You guys are hearing this like me? That lets you know how at a disadvantage we've been. This is why our sons and daughters die overseas for other countries. So America can be an ally if and only when we allow them to screw us over in trade, wars, deficits, and tariffs. Unfair tariffs, unfair trade. Then America is our friend. When American people are stagnant wages for 15 years, when American people are getting on drugs and gangs are exploding under the Democrat leadership, then America is our friend. When a president comes in and say, no more gangs, no more drugs, no more transgender liberalism ideology, and we want to compete with the rest of the world and we want to pay our American workers more money, that means you have to pay your fair share. Then all of a sudden, we not your fucking ally? We're not your fucking ally because we don't want to be broke under the fucking freeway no more? We're not fucking allies.
Seems to have brought the entire Western alliance too. Now, Macron is not the only leader that has been messaging with Trump to try and talk about this. The president also posted a message from Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, who has spent the entire last year trying to cultivate President Trump. What Rutte said is that he was going to spend his time at Davos talking about President Trump's foreign policy accomplishments, really kind of a sycophantic message, and saying that he was committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Now, it doesn't seem as any of this is having much of an effect on President Trump. He was out yesterday talking about Greenland, really sort of hardened in his position. He does say that he's committed to a meeting with various parties in Davos to discuss all of this, but he said that he had expressed to everyone, quote, very plainly, that Greenland was an imperative for the entire world's security and that there could be no going back. So
that's what I've been saying all week. And I haven't heard one person on the left mention the Golden Dome. I haven't heard one person on the left mention the Golden Dome, right? I haven't heard one person on the left mention the Golden Dome. Not once. Not once have I heard anyone mention the geopolitical ramifications of why we even want Greenland. Not one person.
President Trump said yesterday, this is going to be a very interesting Davos. Wolf.
It certainly will be. Kevin Liptak at the White House for us. Thank you very much. And joining us now, the former U.S. ambassador to NATO.
Let me see what Trump, I had Trump responding. We having a good time, man. Some of y'all didn't stay. Some of y'all didn't stay for the NATO Greenland. Some of y'all didn't stay for the NATO Greenland. I know y'all gonna say, perfect, went in on Greenland. At the end of y'all should have stayed. Y'all should have stayed. Trump went in on the Greenland. Let's go. Let's go. Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace? Trump responds to Macron in his rhetoric.
Did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. You know, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff.
I got to run that back. I got to run that back. That's what I said. That's what I said, man. They don't got the congressional map. AOC going to be out of office. Jasmine Crockett going to be out of office. Nancy Pelosi quit. And I said Macron is an elected official. He going to be out of office, man. What did Trump just say? He don't want to be in there. It's okay because he going to be out of office. Trump just said, responding to Macron and his shades inside. Did Macron just get laser surgery? Did Macron just get laser surgery? Why is he wearing shades inside if this is such a serious? Let's keep going.
President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace. Did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon.
Nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. They asked him, how do you feel about Macron saying he doesn't want to be part of the peace agreement? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office pretty soon. Double tap at the like button. 1,000 likes.
President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace. Did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. You know, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costco, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months. Give me a response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace. Did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon.
There you go.
That's all right.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. Nobody wants him anyway. That's all right. Where'd you hear it first? Perfect Time Podcast with the blast, in the dash, on their ass, real fast. Trump 26 in the mix. Let's get the sticks.
Ambassador Kurt Volker. Ambassador, thanks so much for joining us. You're there in Davos. President Trump overnight shared a text message from the French President Emmanuel Macron that said in part, and I'm quoting him now, "I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland," end quote. What do you make of this latest text message now released by the President, President Trump, and the President of France?
Yeah. Well, first off, President of France can't be very happy that President Trump is sharing his text messages publicly. But that being said, I think President Macron was saying it very genuinely. Talking to Europeans here in Davos and earlier this past 10 days or so in Brussels and in London, people simply don't understand why President Trump thinks he needs to own Greenland. We recognize.
I think they're purposely leaving out the geopolitical aspect of Greenland as it relates to Venezuela and the Golden Dome and how Greenland would help to protect NATO and the EU. They're purposely leaving that out because this is not about Greenland. This is about Europeans' push for resources and power, and Trump saying, fuck you. You wasn't here when we baked the bread. You wasn't here when we planted the seed. You wasn't here when it was time to mill the wheat. Now Macron and the EU want to benefit from the peace process. Fuck you.
That Greenland is part of Danish territory by treaty. Denmark recognizes that the U.S. has the right to put any military facilities on Greenland that we feel that we need to. We have that agreement with them. And Europeans are prepared to help. They're prepared to provide host nation support, to provide some additional forces or some additional capabilities. So everyone is ready to work with the United States, and yet President Trump is insisting on owning it without having defined specifically what it is that he needs to do.
So they're okay with us spending more money. Again, did you hear that? Europe and the EU and NATO is okay with America, again, burdening themselves with the lion's share. You guys can pay for the Golden Dome. You guys can put a base there. You guys can protect us, but you can't benefit monetarily. You can't make any money from Greenland. You can put a Golden Dome there for us. You can put a base there to protect us, but you don't get shit. That's how NATO has worked. You guys realize how NATO has worked? America spends all the money, spends all the blood, gives all the capital, and then the EU benefits. Like some white European emperor colonial, and we have to kiss their white lily European asses. Fuck you, Denmark. Fuck you, France. Fuck you, EU. You can put a base there. You can put a Golden Dome there. You cannot profit. Who the fuck are you to tell us that we can't profit? Do you guys hear what they're saying? We already have a right to put a base there, and we're willing to help. We'll help you, America. We're willing to help. Man, y'all hear this shit? No, we don't want your help. We ain't playing the game with NATO no more. Fuck NATO, fuck France. We don't want your help. We want Greenland. We're going to build the base, do what the fuck we want, and make the fucking money. And we're going to profit. But we not going to fucking kiss your ass no more. We're not going to protect you and not get shit out of it. If we're going to put a base in Greenland, if we're going to put strategic Golden Dome technology in Greenland, we want to own it and control it and benefit. So fuck off. Fuck off, Macron. Fuck off.
Ambassador, let me play for you and for our viewers out there what President Macron of France said this morning. Listen to this.
And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot.
Every day, people.
It's not a world without laws. It's not a world without laws. It's a world where America is now competitive in a world where America hasn't been competitive, and you have been the winners. And you are now being fucking babies when you can't be the winners anymore. That's what's occurring now. France, EU have been the winners and the benefactors of America's power. And now that you can't be the benefactors anymore, you want to piss and moan and piss and throw away the relationship and everything America has done for France and the EU.
How concerning are his comments, you think?
Well, I think he is showing that he is very concerned. And we've heard comments from President Trump and from Stephen Miller talking about spheres of influence, talking about how there are no laws. It is the law of the powerful, the iron law of force that decides everything. That is very, very concerning to Europeans who have built a relationship of trust with the United States, and where the U.S. has invested for decades in building the largest, freest, most democratic, most prosperous, secure space in the world, this transatlantic area, which is allied with the United States. So to be tearing all that up and saying, no, it's just the rule of those who are strongest, that is very, very concerning to Europe.
Why? Why are they concerned that now it's the rule of the strongest? Maybe because France is not strong without America. Maybe because Denmark is not strong without America. They are concerned. I told you this. Macron has echoed the same fear about the Russia peace agreement. They are afraid of America more powerful. They are afraid of a Russia who is made more powerful by these peace agreements. They do not like the fact that Russia will be in the G8. Russia will benefit from the Ukraine, but America is being made more powerful. This is what's not being discussed. This is what you guys don't understand. The purple hair protesters, the blue hair Democrats don't understand. The EU is afraid of what? They are afraid of an empowered America who already is the #1 military might in the world. And they want other countries to also be afraid. It's almost like a Superman, Batman epic, right? America is #1 most powerful, and France is saying to the rest of the EU, we don't want them to have more power and more resources. He just took Venezuela. Venezuela has the most gold and oil in the globe. The rest of, and this is what you guys should understand. If I'm a global leader, they should be worried. Now, as I say, fuck them, I acknowledge, I said this about Macron in the peace agreement. They should be worried. They should be worried. If I am president of France and the EU, I'm worried about in America becoming more powerful. I'm not mad at them. I'm just saying I'm American. I understand why they're afraid. I'm just saying I'm American, and we haven't competed with you, France. We've let you live, France. And France, it's over. EU, it's over. We want to compete. We want to be the big dog on the block. So we're taking Venezuela. We're taking Greenland. We're taking the Gulf of Mexico. It's now the Gulf of America. And so I do understand why other countries should be afraid and are afraid of America securing all of these resources, because it makes America impregnable. Do you understand what's happening? It makes America a mega monolith. It makes America with the ability of an emperor. If we allow, they are talking to the rest of the world. If we allow America to get Venezuela, if we allow America to get Greenland, no one will be able to rival America. America won't need NATO. America won't need, did you hear what he said? We are moving into a time of lawlessness. It's not lawlessness. We are moving into a time of hyper competitive. It's not none of that. What it is America moving into a position globally where no one else can compete with America, and the rest of the global countries recognizing this. What is America with Venezuela, with Greenland, with the Arctic? Unfucking stoppable. Because they would have an army who would not ever die and not ever turn off, because they have the most oil, they have the most resources. So if they went to war, other countries would eventually lose to us because they don't have enough oil. They could not fuel their war machine. America, if we chose to go to a elongated war, we would fucking win, because we have all the fucking oil. We have all the resources. Now, do you know why they're upset? Because but they should be factoring this. I'm not mad at them for doing the math. This is the proper math they should be doing. This is the math they should be doing. They're factoring, how can we compete with an America who has all of these things on top of what they have now? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? We have the most aircraft carriers. We have the most F-16s. We have the most nuclear warheads. But then you add to that our current positionality that makes us #1 in the world right now. But now Trump is now going around the monopoly board, because this is geopolitics. This is a geopolitical discussion. And in geopolitics, it's about what? Saltwater life. It's about resources. I know you might be mad, but if we want to stay powerful, if we want to stay safe, this is how you play Monopoly. This is how you play the game. Trump, for the first time, has put America back in the game. He's going around the board. He's securing all of the resources. It puts America in a position that we are unbeatable. If we have Venezuela, if we have Greenland, if we have the Arctic, if we can secure all the things Trump wants to secure by the end of this term, it puts the rest of the world at our feet. Well, we already have Venezuela. And Trump has just said, I'm playing reports, and he says we're not, it is no turning back on Greenland. Do you guys understand? Trump has said there's no turning back on Greenland. This is real. That's why we're talking about it today.
One European official says the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, a Trump confidant, seems convinced the deal is possible to give the president an off-ramp. Do you believe there is a feasible off-ramp right now for President Trump?
Well, if he wants it, yes, there is. President Trump has identified two issues that he says are important. One of them is security in the Arctic, and only the U.S. can provide that, and the U.S. needs to have unfettered access and do what it needs to do. That can be done already under the 1951 treaty with Denmark. The second thing he identified is access to mineral resources in Greenland. Again, there is no obstacle to U.S. access to mineral resources in Greenland other than the ice sheet that covers the island. So it is expensive and difficult, but there's no other impediment, legal or political or otherwise. So if we come up with a formula that identifies and specifies the U.S. has these rights to do anything it needs to militarily for security of North America, to access mineral rights there, and we could even go so far as to suggest that the bases that the U.S. has in Greenland, we can have more of them. We used to have 17, we're down to 1. We can build back up again if we want to. And those bases could even be sovereign U.S. territory, but not all of Greenland and the people of Greenland who do not want to be part of the United States.
In referring to President Trump's aspirations to acquire Greenland, the Danish foreign minister told reporters, and I'm quoting him now, there are red lines which can't be crossed. What do you believe those red lines are?
So that's the Denmark president. Danish, we said Danish, and they are saying America has red lines. This is the first time this type of language. This is not for the children, right? This is to put the children to bed. When we talk about Danish prime minister giving America red lines, do y'all know what type of speech that is? That is global conflict speech. That is NATO unraveling, right? These individuals do not give America red lines. It's never been that dynamic. I think I need the American people to wake up to the current makeup of NATO.
Sovereignty. It is the United States forcibly taking away territory from a NATO ally. That would be unacceptable to Denmark and unacceptable to the people of Greenland who do not want to be part of the United States. So insisting.
Are they an ally? Are you an ally? This is an American that's talking. He's talking like he represents Greenland. This is an American that's talking. Former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker, former U.S. ambassador to NATO. He sounds like he's a representative of Greenland. He ain't said nothing about our interests, not once.
Or demanding or just frankly de facto taking Greenland. That would be a huge red line for Denmark and for frankly all of our European allies. And I just have to point out the NATO treaty is about protecting the territory of all our NATO allies, including the United States. It was invoked only once when the United States was attacked by our allies to support the United States. And if we begin taking territory away from our allies, we can basically say the NATO alliance is over.
Y'all heard it here first. Y'all heard it here first. We've been saying it already. We've been saying it already. We've been saying it already.
De facto taking Greenland. That would be a huge red line for Denmark and for, frankly, all of our European allies. And I just have to point out the NATO treaty is about protecting the territory of all our NATO allies, including the United States. It was invoked only once when the United States was attacked by our allies to support the United States. And if we begin taking territory away from our allies, we can basically say the NATO alliance is over.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think the NATO alliance is over. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the NATO alliance is already over. Put a 1 in the chat right now.
I want to play for you and for our viewers what the House Speaker Mike Johnson said in an interview this morning on a British news station.
I'm here to encourage our friends and calm the situation. Look, I think we're going to get beyond this little rift. I don't think it's a threat to NATO or to this special relationship that we have in the long run.
What does it say to you, Ambassador, that Speaker Johnson is trying to calm the waters and is playing down the fears over President Trump's possible actions in Greenland?
Well, look, I think that he's right to try to do that we don't want to see Europe retaliate against the United States. These tariffs were announced.
What are you talking about, retaliate?
Let's hope that they're not implemented. Let's see how the U.S. and Danish delegations meet and discuss. Remember, the Danish foreign minister and Greenlandic foreign minister met with Secretary of State Rubio and Vice President Vance last week. They agreed to set up a high-level working group. They agreed to keep talking. If they can come up with a formula that satisfies the United States' substantive requirements, militarily, economically, politically, then that would be a soft landing and where we should aim to go.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's no backing down. Greenland is ours, man. Greenland is ours, man. Trump revised push to buy Greenland with AI images and tariffs. Trump posted the images on True Social early Tuesday, including one expanding U.S. borders to cover Greenland and Canada, while revealing a confused text from French President Macron questioning the effort. He announced 10% tariffs on Denmark. Let's go, MAGA. And several other countries starting February 1st, potentially rising to 25% without a deal for U.S. control, citing Arctic security against Russia and China that helps protect you too. Denmark deployed over 100 troops to the island and firmly stated it's not for sale, and European leaders warned of strained transatlantic ties ahead of the Davos summit. Cold shoulder, thousands rally in Greenland, capital city, chanting Greenland is not for sale after President Trump doubles down on U.S. initiative. The protest is reportedly the biggest demonstration in the nation's history. They only got 5 damn people there. Shit. That's it. You can keep spanning out. You can keep zooming out. There ain't no more people in Greenland. You can keep zooming out all you want. That's it. It ain't no more. It's about 5 people. It ain't no more. You keep zooming out like it's gonna be more people. It ain't no more people. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 20 people. There's like 30 people. This is about 200, maybe 300 people. Y'all count at home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. This may be 300 to 500. There's only 50,000 people in Greenland. They keep zooming out. Like, let's count right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20. This right here is just 20 people. Yeah, I know it looked like a lot because they zoom out. This is just 20 people on the bottom. So you got to say another 20, another 20. So this is a couple hundred people. It's only 50,000 people. And do they know that they will all be millionaires? Everybody in the chat, do you know every one of these people protesting will be a millionaire? Trump has said that we would purchase Greenland. We never said that we would take it. Trump has said we would purchase it, and the 50,000 people there would all be millionaires. And guess what else they would be? American citizens. Not like the Somalians. They would have dual citizenship. They would be able to go from Greenland to America. Do they actually know that they would be able to go from Greenland to American as millionaires because America would purchase Greenland just like we bought Alaska? Just like we bought Alaska. Do they know that? I don't think they know that. I don't think they know that, right? Check this out. This is Donald Trump trolling. Y'all think I got some good thumbnails. Hey, y'all. Hey, Mr. Boski, they are watching my channel, man. Donald Trump see my thumbnails. He see what we doing here. He see the subscribers. This is Donald Trump, Truth Social, Greenland, U.S. territory. Man, don't that look like my thumbnail, y'all? Don't that look like my thumbnail, Donald Trump? Don't that look like my thumbnail? Let me show y'all. Look at my thumbnail. I got Trump with the flag in Greenland. Don't that look at my thumbnail? Look at my thumbnail and then look at Trump. Let me see if I could get where's the one with my thumbnail? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Where's the thumbnail? It won't come up. But y'all see it in the background. I got Trump with the MAGA hat, the Viking hat, stomping down in the background, planting the flag. Trump been watching the podcast, y'all. Trump, clap it up, double tap, hit the like button. This is Trump. Greenland is U.S. territory established 2026. That's a meme. And you got JD Vance and Mark Rubio who doing his AI creation, man. Who I could do a better job. Somebody said tag Trump in this video. Let him know, man. Let him see my thumbnails. I could do a better job, man. I could do a better job, man. Trump, if anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what they say. This is Trump on the Nobel Peace Prize. Now remember,
doesn't control the Nobel Prize. They're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But if anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But if anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says.
I don't care what Norway says either. Fuck them, Trump. Fuck them all, man. Fuck them all. Europe is working on a package to support Arctic security, and at the heart there will be fundamental principle of sovereignty. Full solidarity with Greenland, European investment surge in Greenland, cooperation with partners in the wider art. There is a global conflict going on. There is a global conflict. It is not about Ukraine. It is not about Russia. We have been bamboozled. This Ukraine thing was never about Russia and the Cold War. This was always, you guys remember when some people were saying this was about France's ambitions and the EU's ambitions to take Russia and take their resources? Do you guys remember when there were some conservatives in the beginning who were saying this whole thing is about that the reason they wanted America first and they wanted America out of the Ukraine conflict is because there were people on the right saying from the very beginning, we are doing this because France and the EU wants the resources from Russia because they need them. They actually need them because they don't have a Venezuela in their backyard. Right? They have an issue with oil and power. Trump said they need to get rid of the windmills. Trump said they need to get rid of the windmills, right? Breaking, Trump has posted an image depicting Canada and Greenland as part of the United States. Trump has just been doing his 1-2 with the trolling this morning. Trump has just been doing the 1-2 with the trolling this morning. This is an AI image, a meme, and you can see Canada with the red, white, and blue, and you can see down there, that's Venezuela. Y'all see Venezuela down there, y'all? Y'all see Venezuela, South America, and we got Greenland. Don't forget about the Arctic. What is this? This is how you play the game. This is called Monopoly. Y'all said make America great again. Well, we need resources, huh? We need power and influence. That's what Trump is doing, securing the future for our children who will be Trump is 70, 80 years old. I'm an old man. Who will benefit from Venezuela's oil? Who will benefit from the power and positionality that Trump puts? You, your children, our grandkids. Our grandkids will benefit from the power and position of America that Trump is securing for us now. Breaking, U.S. Treasury Secretary Bassett issued a warning to Europe regarding Greenland. Huh? This is what I want to hear. I want to hear that big dog talk. I want to hear that big dog talk. Let's go.
As I said on April 2nd, the worst thing countries can do is escalate against the United States. Again, I would say this is the same kind of hysteria that we heard on April 2nd. There was a panic. And what I'm urging everyone here to do is sit back, take a deep breath, and let things play out. As I said on April 2nd, the worst thing countries can do is escalate against the United States. Again, I would say this is the same kind of hysteria that
hysteria is a great word, and the worst thing you could do right now is try to escalate against the United States because you can't mess with us. I don't know what Denmark is thinking. I honestly do not know what Denmark is thinking. This is the Truth Social. This is the Truth Social. Donald Trump posted the messages from Macron. From President Macron to President Trump, my friend, we are totally in line with Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland. Let us try to build great things. I can set up a G7 meeting after Davos in Paris on Thursday afternoon. I can invite the Ukrainians, the Danish, the Syrians, and the Russians in the margins. And the Russians in the margins. See how they do the Russians? And why are the Ukrainians actually being at the table? The Ukrainians shouldn't have a seat at the table. They can't fucking feed and wipe their own ass. Russia is a nuclear power and a world global power, but France wants to put you. This has been the problem the whole time with the Ukraine-Russia conflict. France and the EU wants to elevate the Ukraine as a buffer state. America's never understood it. France and the EU wants to elevate the Ukraine as a buffer state, make the Ukraine part of NATO. That's what caused this conflict. That's what caused this conflict. Let me keep reading. Let us have a dinner together in Paris together on Thursday before you go back to the U.S. Emmanuel. I just want to read that because there's been a lot. I've been reporting a lot about what Trump posted. Trump posted that. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Europe to sit back, take a deep breath, don't retaliate when Trump threatens Greenland. Let's listen again.
Because of this, they have already called an emergency summit for later on in the week about this Greenland situation.
Well, I would say exactly what I said after Liberation Day last April, when the president imposed tariff levels on the whole world. I tell everyone, sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate, do not retaliate. The president will be here tomorrow, and he will get his message across. I believe he is going to have meetings, and again, also have an open mind. That, you know, why this rapid response in terms of, you know, this is a no. And by the way, Maria, this has been in the minds of American presidents for more than 150 years.
Come on.
For more than 150 years.
So the vulnerability was seen even back then.
Well, or the strategic value of Greenland. And I think as there are more trade routes that move near Greenland, Greenland becomes more and more valuable.
Right. This is not something new. What's new is that Biden was asleep and Trump actually has balls. The same thing with Venezuela. Trump had enough balls. The same thing with Iran. Why is Iran going through a revolution right now? Trump had enough balls to drop those 2 bombs. Why isn't anyone talking about the fact that Trump dropped the largest bombs right under nuclear bombs on Iran? And now Iran is having a revolution in peace. Why isn't nobody talking about that? When Trump dropped those bombs, remember Dave Smith? Remember all of these MAGA comedians who were supposed to be conservative, and they said, I don't know, I can't be for Trump anymore because Trump dropped those bombs. Remember when everybody bailed out, all those celebrity who's supposed to be MAGA? I remember because I had my podcast. And a lot of people I watched talk about red pill MAGA issues. When Trump dropped those bombs on Iran, they all ran for hiding. I remember all of you fake comedian, fake Republicans. They didn't understand why Trump did it. If you look, somebody in the chat was talking shit about colonialism. You have to go back to Trump dropping those bombs on Iran to understand how and what he is doing. See, he set himself up for this. Why is everybody upset? Because they know Trump in his first 12 months, I think that was only 6 months in, he dropped close to 2 nuclear weapons on Iran. The first time in 50, 60 years, the globe has seen something like that. So all leaders, Chinese leaders, French leaders, EU leaders are fucking worried and fucking scared of Trump. Because Trump is dropping bombs over Baghdad. First time. They are now in the understanding that this man is not playing. When we talk about Greenland, we are talking about Greenland in the context of dropping 2 missiles on an Iranian bunker. While Greenland posits itself like they could fight Russia, and Danish prime minister talking all this bullshit, we already dropped 2 missiles on an Iranian site. We prepared. We set to go, Dane. The Danish need to sit the fuck down. We are already set to go. We have set this up. Somebody in the chat said earlier, chess. Yes, it's chess going back to those Iranian bombs. They think it's just about this little soundbite. No. Trump is setting this shit up. Trump has been setting this shit up. And what you don't know is that, yes, France wanted Ukraine. France and EU need Ukraine. They see Ukraine as a buffer state. And if we give up Ukraine to Russia, this is why France is pissed off. France, Biden, and Kamala wanted Ukraine in NATO to protect the EU from Russia and to set up France to eventually invade Russia for the resources that they so direly need. So for all the dummies in the fucking chat, that's why we were fucking in the Ukraine, because Biden is a fucking wimp. And Biden went along with Macron in the EU to fight their battle and their desire. Kamala Harris went to the Munich Security Council and said that the Ukraine has a right and a desire to be part of NATO, but Putin only wanted one ask. Putin only had one ask, that NATO never includes the Ukraine. You know what's the number one part of the 21-point peace plan between the Ukraine and Russia? Number 2 is get rid of all the Nazis, the Azov battalion that Biden trained and gave money to. Biden, you know Biden, Joe Biden, vice president, then president, Biden empowered the Azov battalion, the Nazis. So number 2 is for Putin said, get rid of all the Nazis. Get rid of the Nazi proliferation that goes on in the Ukraine, because America helped the Azov battalion, a Nazi football hooligan gang, become part of the Ukrainian military, right? And the leader of the Azov battalion became part of the Ukraine parliament. So number 2 is get rid of the Nazis. You know what number 1 is? Do you know what number 1 is? Number 1 is the Ukraine could never be part of NATO. This is why France doesn't like the peace agreement. They don't give a fuck about Nazis. They don't give a fuck about freedom. They don't give a fuck about democracy. France don't care, bro. Democrats and liberals only care about money and power. You think they give a fuck about Nazis? France is pissed because the number 1 on the Ukraine-Russia peace agreement, and Trump has said it. How many people have heard Trump say it? Trump is in agreement with Putin. Yeah, for sure. Number 1, Ukraine will never be part of NATO. That's the number 1. Ukraine will never be part of NATO. And ever since that was said, you've been hearing these whispers. I played these whispers already. When Trump agreed with Putin that the Ukraine will never be part of NATO, we start hearing whispers. Macron start, Denmark and Austria, all these whispers. Trump is, and MAGA knew it the whole fucking time. MAGA knew it the whole, that's when they first start bitching and complaining and getting on the side of the liberals in America and playing in our backyard. That's when the EU started to play in our backyard, when they realized that Trump said, nah, fuck that, they never gonna be part of NATO. Without even asking France and NATO. We didn't even ask them. Do you guys understand? We made the peace agreement. We didn't even ask. That's why Macron in France was pissed. You didn't even come to us. You didn't even want to know how we feel about. No, fuck you. I agree with Putin. The Ukraine can never be part of NATO. They're like, you not the king, Trump. Trump, you not the king. You can't say who could be part of NATO and who can't be part of NATO. Trump, you not the king. Trump, who are you to tell Putin that NATO will never have the Ukraine? That is when these rumblings that you hear today from the Danish prime minister started. I know. You've been asleep at the wheel. You didn't know this. I know it. MAGA knew it. MAGA knew it. That's when Macron started popping out his fucking head, bro. That's when you start hearing from the EU talking cash shit from the left about Trump. But I'm the one who talked about Because another thing is true is that the left refuses to talk about and acknowledge these peace plans. I don't hear CNN or MSNBC talking about the 21 peace plan, the 28-point peace plan. We have a peace agreement in Israel, and we're discussing the peace plan in Russia. Whenever the Democrats talk about the peace agreements, all I hear is them say, hopefully the peace agreements falls apart. Israel is not keeping up with the peace agreement. Russia's not going to sign. That's all I fucking hear. I never hear them actually congratulating or wanting peace. No country has the right to take over the territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. I promise you guys, this is not about Greenland. This is about the EU and these peace agreements that benefit Russia and Europe. Ukraine is a non-factor. Somebody in the chat just said Ukraine is corrupt. Ukraine is not a world power. Why does the EU keep trying to elevate the Ukraine as if it's a global power? It's not. It's not. Fuck the Ukraine. Are you guys seeing this? It's right in front of your face.
Secretary, what do you want to say about the response here? I mean, the European Union is pushing back, saying we are not going to complete our trade deal with the United States because of this. They have already called an emergency summit for later on in the week about this Greenland situation.
Well, I would say exactly what I said after Liberation Day last April, when the president imposed tariff levels on the whole world. I tell everyone, sit back, take a deep breath, do not retaliate, do not retaliate. The president will be here tomorrow, and he will get his message across. I believe he is going to have meetings, and again, also have an open mind. That, you know, why this rapid response in terms of, you know, this is a no. And by the way, Maria, this has been in the minds of American presidents for more than 150 years.
Come on now. Come on now. For more than 150 years. Let me go back to my other video. Again, this is the Ukraine. Right here, the double talk. No country has the right to take over territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. Why did she emphasize not in Ukraine? Because the EU is not done with this. They want a global conflict with Putin. They lied to you guys, right? They never told you what was really going on with Putin. They never really told you. They made up all this shit. And this was, you know how they're mad at Trump? They're mad at Trump, right, about Greenland and Venezuela. You don't know the real reason why we're in Ukraine. You never knew the real. It's the same fucking thing. The Europeans want to take resources, but they have a better way to lie about the shit. The same reason we're in the Ukraine is the Europeans need and want to steal resources. This is how you play the fucking game.
I want to thank European Parliament for your active engagement in Arctic affairs, including for the timely AFET-INI report adopted last November. Its conclusions echo our own assessment. The Arctic has become a region of growing geostrategic importance. Climate change is transforming the Arctic faster than any other place on the planet. Melting ice is opening new routes and economic opportunities, but also create new risks. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has reshaped the European security landscape far beyond Ukraine itself. The Arctic is not insulated from this. Russia has disrupted cross-border and regional cooperation in the High North and intensified hybrid activities while militarizing parts of the region. The ship that cut the internet cables in the Baltic Sea in December 2024 escaped through the Russian Arctic waters. Geopolitical tension and geo-economic competition in the Arctic require that the European Union, together with our partners, responds. Our response must be realistic and principled, and it must be guided by the international law. No country has the right to take over the territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. We are strengthening preparedness to better anticipate risks. Societal resilience by protecting critical infrastructure, communities, and democratic institutions from hybrid threats, and economic security by safeguarding supply chains and preventing strategic dependencies. We are currently updating our own EU Arctic policy to reflect those realities. Security is not only about military presence, it's all about trust, it's about stability, it's about people. As we address these new challenges, we remain guided by the priorities expressed by Greenland authorities themselves: sustainable development, social cohesion, and respect for their environment. Honourable members, the Arctic is warming 3 to 4 times faster than the global average. Climate change, environmental degradation, and security risks do not stop at borders. No country can tackle the threat like this alone. A rules-based international order and effective multilateral cooperation are essential, not optional.
Sky News. What y'all see happening? I see something happening. I see some. Hello? Hey, baby. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can. Plug you in. I have a plug here. Let me see. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm about to get off though. You got the uniform? Hold on. Oh man, what happened? What happened? Let me try that again, man. Let me try that again. Let me try that again. How's everybody? She said she got the uniform already. It's karate today. When did you get the? Why is it Why is it doing it?
Hey, baby, I got disconnected.
Okay, I got you on the podcast.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
I cannot hear you.
Why can you not hear me?
Nothing on the...
Wicked. Oh, shit. Is it the cell phone? Like, I got her on the podcast. I could hear her. All right. Let's try again. Let's see if she could hear me this time. We're gonna do a call-in. Can you hear me?
Why does it keep hanging up?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I have you live on the podcast, so please don't be stupid.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to figure something out. I just wanted to see if the cell phone was working.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, if I can hear you in my headphones, I'm sure they can hear you now.
Oh, awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Did you hear me before?
No, I didn't hear nothing before.
Okay.
That's why I kept saying hello.
So in the chat, got disconnected. In the chat, can y'all hear this conversation? I'm trying to see, because somebody said earlier they want to do a call in. And remember I asked you to give me a 1-800 number?
Yeah.
If you give me a 1-800 number, like a Google number, we could do a call in. And then people,
that'll be a dope show.
Yeah, people could call in at the end of the podcast. So Kentucky Bread said, yeah, he can hear me. So we could do a call in. I know I got this technical ability with this Rode podcaster X6 Shooter said yes. So I spent a lot of money on this equipment. Got the microphone, I got the Rode Podcaster. The reason you guys can hear so clearly is because I'm running the cell phone through my podcast mixer that my wife bought me. So I have this Rodecaster Pro podcast mixer, and on the mixing board, there's a place for a cell phone. There's an audio input for a cell phone. I don't use it that much, but I don't want to do a panel anymore. So I think it would be beneficial to maybe do a call-in show. Maybe that would be a reward. If we get enough members, we could do a live stream and do a call-in show. But y'all let me know if y'all want to do a call-in show. Somebody earlier wanted to call in, and I know they just want to say something stupid, but I would still entertain it. Maybe we'll do like a paid number where you got to pay to call in. Remember, 1-900, you got to pay per minute.
Yeah, I don't know how you would create that, so we would have to figure that out.
Yeah, we got to figure that out. But you said you got the uniform?
Yes, I got it this morning.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to have to come home and stop, and we're always, we don't want to be late.
So you on your way to Taekwondo right now?
Yeah, we'll have to get the kids first, and then we're on our way.
Okay. And you got money, you could take them to get a snack after practice.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to do ghetto tacos?
Yep, sounds good to me.
For dinner?
Yep.
All right, baby. Thank you so much. I love you. Call me.
You're welcome. Love you too.
Let me know how.
Great show.
Oh, thank you, baby. I think it was a good show too. Very informative. I learned a lot from the chat. I think a lot of people learned from the information. I waited to the end to do the Greenland stuff. But the Greenland stuff was fire, man. So, yeah, baby. I know you got to go. Love you. Call me back. Bye.
Love you. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
That was Mrs. Perfect Timing on the cell phone and clear sound. Yeah, man. So I gotta take advantage of this technology I got. I got this podcast mixer, and I don't really like the panel format, but I do like when I see other podcasts have a call-in number, and we could do like a banner at the top with the call-in number. And so I'm gonna ask my wife. One day we get in there, you guys. We just hit a milestone. We just hit a huge milestone. I don't have a lot of moderators, right? But one day we're going to get there. We're going to have moderators. We're going to be at hundreds of thousands of followers. And then we'll have moderators, and we're going to have the community where I could ask one of my moderators, not my wife, and I'll just be able to go to one of my mods and say, hey, get us a 1-800 number. Get us a 1-800 number so that we could do call-ins. That's gonna be, and that time is coming. That time is coming. Can you guys hear me? How's the sound now? With the mixer, you got to be careful with the mixer. I just unplugged the cell phone, and I know most of my audience is above a certain age, so their ears are sensitive. You know what I'm saying? They can't do all of that. They can't do all of that. So we just finishing up here. We're finishing up here. Western nations are about to find out what the rest of the world already knows. The greatest threat to peace in the world is the United States. Denmark deploys large numbers of troops to defend Greenland from the United States. This is scary.
Yes, Jagt. Velkommen til.
I want to thank European Parliament for your active engagement in Arctic affairs, including for the timely
They are just going in, man. It's the end of the podcast when they start doing that right there. So the last thing I want to show is the Greenland TikTok mocks U.S. fentanyl crisis amid Trump interest. I just wanted Americans to really see how they feel about you. I know I waited to the end. Shout out family first, man. Christian conservative, man. Christian God country. God country family football, man. God country what is it? God football family, man. God football family, man. Christian conservative, man. This ain't no fucking joke. This ain't no fucking, we ain't playing up here, man. I know a lot of people just be doing their YouTube and shit for clicks and views and all this bullshit, man. And I got kids, man. I got grandkids. I believe in this shit, man. I grew up Southern Baptist, man. I miss my grandmother, man. We grew up Christian conservative, man. I love my wife. I love my wife. I love my God. I love my president. I love my country. I'm proud to say that shit, bro. I'm proud to say that shit, bro. I'm proud to say that shit, bro. Yeah, that's a fake show of force. What the fuck they doing? Greenland TikTok mocks U.S. fentanyl crisis amid Trump interest. Protest by Inenglak Kristen Paulsen. The satirical video shows locals collapsing into snowdrifts, tying into frustrations over U.S. overtures to buy Greenland. Renewed with Trump's inauguration and flag over map post, it highlights America's opioid tragedy. Over 70,000 deaths last year, though down 21% in 2025. While reactions range from laughs abroad to defensiveness at home, Greenlanders push back against expansionism through protests and merch, underscoring their autonomous stance and own struggles with alcohol and isolation. So I just wanted to play this so we can see how they feel about us. They think it's funny. They think Venezuelan Trinidad Agua gangs and fentanyl, 100,000 fentanyl deaths a year, they're supposed to be our allies, our brothers and sisters, our European allies, the people we defend and die for, send money to. This is what they think of you, America. Greenlanders are trolling U.S. by pretending to be fentanyl. We're going to cut the music out, but we're going to let it play. Bringing American culture to Greenland. They think this is funny. They think this is funny. Didn't I say to you, tariffs have created a great life for them? I said tariffs, low to no tariffs, have created a great life for the European. Since 1996, when Nancy Pelosi made that video, 2% tariffs to 0 tariffs, have created a life where they outside in the snow making fun of us. They're outside in the snow making fun of us. And you have look at these boots, look at these coats. You have $7 minimum wage. How much you think some of these coats cost? I heard somebody talk about a coat cost $18,000, a ski coat, a snow coat that they bought in Austria or Sweden and Italy. Some of the snow gear over there is thousands of dollars. So these people live a great life from American protection, American military might, American missiles, American aircraft carriers, American money, and they think it's cool to make fun of you and your $7 minimum wage and your depression, your trauma from divorce, and the drug addiction that you use to escape your pain. It's your ally. It's your Denmark ally. It's your Denmark brother and sister. It's your Denmark ally. They laughing at you. They have great lives. They don't have a Kensington. They don't have a fentanyl crisis. Why don't Venezuela sell fentanyl to them? Why doesn't Venezuela sell fentanyl to Greenland? They don't have a fentanyl crisis. Huh? They don't have a fentanyl crisis. We do. Why is it okay? Why is it okay for them to make fun of us? I say we remove our protection. I say we remove our protection. I say we remove our protection.
De vérité pour l'Europe. Le président des États-Unis place l'Union européenne devant.
They are preparing for something. I want to say thank you for everybody watching, man. We had a fire show today. I want to say thank you to everybody watching, man. That's a fire show. That's a fire show, man. It's a fire show today, man. Double tap hit the like button, man. We going for 1,000 likes. That's our next goal. Double tap hit the like button. We going for 1,000 likes. That's our next goal. We've reached a lot of goals and milestones in 2025. In 2026, we have a lot to accomplish. We have the midterms and we have a presidential election in 2028. I want to say to all of my friends watching now, join me on the ride. Join me, friends. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, share with a like-minded person, hit the plus sign, join the channel. Join me on this ride. I need your support, friends, and I thank you. You guys have a great day. God bless America. God bless our country. God bless the president. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. God bless Charlie Kirk kids and his wife. We ask all these blessings in your name. Amen. Y'all have a great day. May you be blessed. See you tomorrow, every day, Monday through Friday, between 12 and 1. Thank you, Casey. Every day, Monday through Friday. So look for me tomorrow around 12:50 to around 1:05. If you're here at 1 p.m., you hit the sweet spot. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. If you're here at Pacific Standard Time, I don't know what that is for you. It's 1 p.m. for me when I go live, Pacific Standard Time. Northern California on the West Coast. That could be anywhere from 3 Mountain Time, it's different. So you got to hit the notification bell. When you subscribe, hit the notification bell. But every day, Monday through Friday, around 1 p.m., we at the sweet spot. Every day, Monday through Friday, around 1 p.m., we at the sweet spot. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. That's what we do here. What another fire show, man. What another fire show, man. Double tap at the like button. We went over Macron, France, NATO, Greenland, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Ilhan Omar being investigated for $30 million, $3,000 jump. She jumped in worth 3,000% in 12 months, married to a white man, but she's an Islamic Marxist. Is it even viable for her to marry a white man? Can she take that white man back to Somalia, or will they kill him? Remember, Bill Maher asked the girl who debated Just Pearly Things, where can you wear that dress in the Muslim world? I said, where can she wear that dress in America? Because if she wore that dress in Minnesota, Somalian Islamic theocracy would tell her to change her clothes. Did you know that some of the Somalians harass white women? Do you know Somalian Islamic Marxists in Minneapolis harass white women on their clothing? Depends on where they are in Minneapolis. You can be harassed, just like in Europe, just like with Brexit. We helped you with Brexit. We helped you with your immigration issues. Trump talking about Islamic immigration helped you, Europe, because Islamic immigration in Europe had reached a point where Islamic people were coming to Europe and imposing Sharia law on white women at bus stops, yelling and spitting at white women in Sweden and Austria about their clothing. So I said, Bill Maher, where can she wear that in the Western, not just the Islamic world, Bill Maher, but where can she wear that dress in Europe without being harassed by Islamic immigrants? Where can she wear that dress in Minnesota without being harassed by Islamic immigrants? Where, Bill Maher? So we talked about Minnesota. We talked about Greenland. We talked about Macron. We talked about NATO. And we talked about Trump being the greatest second-term president in your lifetime. Go rewind. Trump being the greatest. Today marks 1 year inauguration from his second term. He has 4 years. This is the 1 year mark. 225 executive orders, $1 trillion legislation, peace plans across the world. America great again. Maha shutting down EBT. Maha shutting down soda, Pizza Hut. No more buying soda. No more buying Pizza Hut with your food stamp. America is on the trajectory to be great again. There are so many wins. Tariffs. We started tariffs in August 1st. We paid farmers $12 billion. We're paying down the deficit. We gave armed services $1776 from tariffs. And Trump today, I played it today, Trump is now floating the idea of a $2,000 rebate check paid for by tariffs. And that's not me. That's not me just saying it. Today, Trump said it in the White House. When he acknowledged his 12 months, he said $2,000 stimulus checks from tariffs, and we're paying down. For the first time ever, you hear about the $1 trillion deficit. Now we have a mechanism to pay it down with tariffs. Tariffs were supposed to make inflation skyrocket to 7 to 8%. Inflation came in at 2.7. These are all the victories Trump touted today. We added 64,000 jobs. The GDP is better under tariffs. Under tariffs. People are now learning what and how you use a tariff properly. I just showed you the French President Macron pissed off at American tariffs. Denmark pissed off at American tariffs. What I said to my audience, if tariffs are a tax, why is Macron upset? Macron doesn't care about the monetary effect of tariffs on your kitchen table. Macron is pissed. Macron is willing to go to global conflict. France and EU is getting armed with military over tariffs, not because it's a tax on your pocketbook. I want you to go and dig deeper. Macron, Denmark, EU does not have issue with American tariffs because it's going to hurt the American people's tax pocketbook in the form of a tax. That's not why Macron is upset. Please stop saying tariffs are a tax. Please, you don't understand geopolitics. You don't understand how India and China use tariffs, and there's a trade deficit and a trade war. Before Trump, do you know how many American companies were kept out of China with tariffs? Do you know how many American companies were kept out of Japan via tariffs? Protecting Japanese companies, protecting Japanese wages. When Trump threatened tariffs, it wasn't just about China paying more. It wasn't just about Japan paying more. It was about China and Japan allowing companies that previously were prohibited from selling goods in China and Japan. And Trump said, you're going to fucking lower those barriers and you're going to let American companies in to sell because we've made you fucking rich, or I'm going to give you a 50% tariff. All I hear every day, tariff is a tax. And they don't know what a tariff is. They don't know how tariffs are used. We threaten a tariff on Iran. That has nothing to do with it hurting your pocketbook. Putting tariffs on Iran has nothing to do with you not being able to purchase eggs. Please stop being a pussy. Please stop being a pussy ass American. When we threaten tariffs on Iran, it has nothing to do with whether or not it costs you more money to buy gas or a fucking cheeseburger. When we threaten tariffs on Iran, it's for policy, right? It's geopolitics. When we threaten tariffs on global, when we threaten tariffs, when we said to Dane and Greenland, when we threatened tariffs to France to lower drug prices, when Trump called Macron, listen to this. When Trump called Macron and said, you're going to lower your drug prices, Macron said, I'm not going to do it. Trump said, if you don't lower your drug prices, I'm going to give you a 50% tariff. Now, the tariff will cost you more. The tariff will cost you more than it's going to cost you to lower your drug prices. And Macron lowered the drug prices, and we didn't give him an exorbitant tariff. That's how tariffs work. It's not about your pussy ass pocketbook. Who pays the tariff? A tariff is a tax. Fucking babies. Fucking babies. We threatened Iran with a 20% tariff. It worked. We threatened them with a 50% tariff. It worked. You didn't charge them the large exorbitant tariff. Well, we let them know we dropped 2 bombs on Iran. We'll blow you the fuck up and we'll tariff you into bankruptcy if you don't stop fleecing the American people, France and Macron. See, France and Macron had cheap drug prices. I told you their quality of life is better than yours. Europe had cheap drug prices. I told you their quality of life is better than yours. Some of them have free health care. I told you their quality of life is better than yours. Trump is advocating for you, and all you can do is say, orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad, the orange man is bad. You don't know shit about shit. You don't know shit about shit. You don't read. The school system made you illiterate. You can't even comprehend half the shit I say. You think tariffs are a tax. You don't know shit about geopolitics. Someone said tariffs are a tax. Your brain stopped working. Now, keep in mind, your brain never worked good anyway. This is your brain on drugs, right? keep in mind, liberals were idiots to begin with. But when someone said tariffs are a tax, they stopped thinking. They stopped reading. They stopped listening. They stopped researching. If tariffs are a tax, and only thing tariffs is good for is to piss you off, you pussy, then why is Macron pissed? Why is Macron pissed? Macron doesn't care about tariffs being a monetary inconvenience to you. Do you get it, bro? These countries are afraid of tariffs. They don't like Trump. They don't like the tariffs. It has nothing to do with how it affects you monetarily. It is just the funniest shit. It's the funniest shit. It's the funniest shit that you think the tariff is about you and you being broke. Do you know? Let me just tell all the broke people who think tariffs are a tax. This is a symptom of you being broke and being a brokey. You know how girls say you're a brokey? Do y'all remember when gas was high? They interviewed a lady. She was in a Lamborghini at Chevron. Gas was like $9. They asked her, ma'am, why are you getting gas here? She didn't even know how much it was. This is a wealthy person. She didn't give a fuck. And she didn't even know how much the gas costs. She doesn't care about any taxes. Tariffs are a tax. You're broke. You're broke. Get a job. Get off welfare. Stop believing the bullshit. If you had money, you would understand everything I'm talking about. I'm telling you about a beautiful Lamborghini at a Chevron at the height of Biden era, $8 gas. She didn't even know how much the gas cost. She has a Lamborghini. She's wealthy. She said, this is my favorite gas station. The people are polite. I shop here. I get my gas here because the people are polite. I don't care how much it costs. I know I just made you feel like shit, all you brokies. I just made all you brokies feel like shit. Yeah, she didn't even know how much the gas costs. And you keep telling me that tariffs are a tax. All you doing is telling me that you broke and you on welfare, that you don't have money and you don't understand wealth. That's all you telling me. Because Macron doesn't care. Macron doesn't care. Iran doesn't care. China doesn't care. China is not mad at the Trump tariffs because of how it monetarily inconveniences the American people. God damn! Iran is not obeying Trump because tariffs are a tax on American citizens. Macron is not upset with the Trump tariffs because it inconveniences American people. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. We did so much good work today. 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 I mean, we just put to bed so much. We just put to bed so much. So I like this. Who is this? Who is this? I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. And America loves you. I love you. Whoever did, I love you. Right now, I love you. A bad truck driving academy 2016. I love you. I love you. I love you. They don't want to know that. Try to buy a Camaro in China. Try to buy a Harley in Japan. I told them the story that Trump told. I told them the story that Trump told. I told them the story that Trump told. Trump said, India put a 200%. We've never threatened 200%. We've never done it. We've never threatened it. India put a 200% tariff on Harley Davidson. So Harley Davidson could never sell their motorcycles in India. To get around the 200% tariff, Harley Davidson had to build a motorcycle plant in India, increasing wages in India and increasing jobs in India, increasing GDP in India, helping India. Tariffs helped Indian workers' wages. Tariffs protected Indian companies. 200% tariff on Harley Davidson. India is billions of people. Mumbai, overpopulated, so they use motorcycles. The streets are small cars, three-wheel little trolleys, and motorcycles because the roads are small because it's overpopulated. Harley Davidson had to be in India. It's billions of people potentially buying their motorcycles. They had to be in the Indian motorcycle market. But India, knowing this, prohibited them. 200% tariffs. No Harley Davidsons in India. India buys Indian motorcycles. Indian workers and factories stay employed because if Harley Davidson come here, then they go out of business and Harley Davidson makes money in America. 200% tariff. So Harley Davidson built the plant. Now, when Trump went to Japan recently to meet the brand new prime minister, who has stopped all Islamic immigration into Japan. The new prime minister, who was a woman, has stopped all Islamic migration into Japan. She said because the Islamic people come here and they don't know how to culturally assimilate. They bring their Islamic culture. And she said Japanese culture is supreme and remains supreme in Japan. And until Islamic people know how to be immigrants and know how to assimilate into the country's culture that they're visiting, we don't want no more fucking Islams here trying to bring their Islamic bullshit to Japan. We have our own culture. Stay in your fucking country. If you're going to come here as an Islamic person, that's cool, but Japanese culture is paramount. So she stopped all Islam immigration. And while Trump was there, he secured $1 trillion investments in America. 5 states, Toyota is going to invest in 5 states across America because of the tariffs. The same thing Harley Davidson did, Toyota is going to do. Toyota is going to build more plants in America to get around the Trump tariffs. I don't know what you're saying. Someone just get you the fuck out of here. Nobody's buying Harley Davidsons in India. Get you the fuck out of here. Get you the fuck out of here. Get the dum-dums the fuck out of here. Try buying anything anywhere else. That's a great point. Gee, dumbass, shine, how unusual. Try to buy anything anywhere else. Try to buy anything anywhere else. Great point. Great point. Tariffs are a tax on the American people. I pay tariffs. It's an import tax, costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Had to let 2 of my best employees go because of the loss. Tariffs are a tax on the American people. You sound like a damn dummy after everything I said. You just care about you. That's all they care about, man, this fucking piece of shit. Everything I said, they just want to say something stupid. No one fucking thinks, man. No one thinks, man. No one fucking thinks, man. And I got a great chat. My chat said, try to buy a Camaro in Japan. Try to buy a Harley Davidson in China. That was so intelligent. That was just a great comment, bro. That was just a great comment, bro. Great comment, bro. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Double tap, hit the like button. Do your research. Harley Davidson does have a plant in India, and in 2020, they partnered with Hero Motor Corp to make smaller bikes that were making the 750 street bike. That's what I said, you stupid fuck. Do your research. Did he not hear the story? Trump told the story. I told the story that they built a plant in India to get around the tariffs. It's like cognitive dissonance on a million. They don't understand how economics work. Like, this stupid motherfucker just said, do your research. They built the plant. And then, you know, another thing to everybody who's been subscribed here, I've told that story 1,000 fucking times. I've told that story 1,000 fucking times, that they built a plant in India to get around the tariffs, you stupid fuck. That's what I just said. What's wrong with people, bro? It's like they want to be right so bad that they just be retarded. It's like, what is your malfunction? I said it. I said it. All right, y'all. Great show. See y'all tomorrow at 1 p.m. Double tap at the like button. We're going for 1,000 likes. Double tap at the like button. 228 in North Texas. Double tap at the like button. Best chat on YouTube. W chat. I love you guys.